Hello. Hmm. Hello. 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 SM Joshi College, Hadapsar, Pune.
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello. Good morning. Welcome to Rayat Shikshan Samstha, Joshi College, Hadapsar. Today we are going to organize one day workshop.
महाविद्यालयाचे सन्माननीय प्राचार्य
हॅलो. हो म्यूट आहे म्यूट. तिथून बोलल्याशिवाय नाही ऐकू जाणार. हा तसं नाही होत काय प्रॉब्लेम. हॅलो 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 माईक टेस्ट. याचा अर्थ याची अडचण काय आहे? लईच जवळ पकडायला लागतं. पदरला लावून बोलून आवाज येणारच नाही. हॅलो 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 इथं आवाज आहे. हॅलो आवाज नाही. हॅलो हॅलो असं कोण बोलणार? हॅलो हे लपूनच ठेवा.
Hello, mic check.
Good morning. Hello. Hello. Good morning, everyone. Kind request to please place your cell phones on silent mode. The event is about to begin.
Good morning, one and all.
Hello.
Swagatam, Suswagatam. Good morning and warm welcome. Greetings to all. On behalf of Raj Shiksha Samstha, SM Joshi College, Hadapsar, Pune, it gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to this insightful and forward-looking event. Workshop for principals, heads of research centers, and heads of entrepreneurship development cell, organized by Lakshmibai Bhaurav Patil Innovation Foundation, a Section 8 company, in collaboration with Higher Education Department, Raj Shikshan Samstha, Satara. For this, Honorable Mr. Chandrakant Darvi Saheb, Chairman, Raj Shikshan Samstha, Satara, with resource person, Honorable Dr. Rajendra Tattare, CEO and Director General, Science and Technology Park, Pune, Honorable Mr. Kamlesh Pandey, the founder, Maharashtra Industry Trade and Investment Felicitation Cell, Maitri, with the gracious presence of Honorable Mr. Vikas Deshmukh Saheb, Secretary, Raj Shikshan Samstha, Satara, Honorable Principal Dr. Shivling Kudale, Joint Secretary, Higher Education, Raj Shikshan Samstha, Satara, along with our dynamic principal, Honorable Dr. Suresh Salunke and Honorable Mr. Shrikant Kunden, CEO, Lakshmibai Bhaurav Patil Innovation Foundation Center for Innovation and Incubation, Hadapsar, Pune. I request all the dignitaries on the dais for Pratima Pujan. In honor with Karmavir Gaurav Patil, today's gathering marks a significant step towards fostering an innovation-driven academic and research culture across our institutions. It is indeed a privilege to bring together visionary principals, dedicated heads of research, and champions of entrepreneurship all under one roof. This workshop is not just a platform to share knowledge, but a space to ignite collaboration, discuss emerging opportunities, align with national mission like Startup India, Atmanirbhar Bharat, and National Innovation and Startup Policy. Let us begin this enriching journey together with minds open spirit, inspired, and a common vision to drive innovation and excellence. Now, I request to Honorable Mr. Shrikant Kunden, CEO, to introduce and welcome the program.
सर्वांना नमस्कार. आजच्या एक दिवसीय कार्यशाळा जी C-ट्रिपल आहे, सेंटर फॉर इन्व्हेन्शन इनोव्हेशन इन्क्युबेशन हडपसरच्या वतीने आणि SM जोशी कॉलेजच्या या प्रिमायसेसमध्ये आणि आपल्या रयत शिक्षण संस्थेच्या हायर एज्युकेशन डिपार्टमेंटच्या संयुक्त विद्यमाने आज आपण एक वर्कशॉप आपण अरेंज केलेले, ज्याच्यामध्ये आपण आपल्या जेवढे सिनियर कॉलेजेस आहेत त्या सिनियर कॉलेजचे प्राचार्य, तिथे असलेले सेलचे प्रमुख आणि रिसर्च सेलचे प्रमुख जे आहेत त्यांना आपण या इथे इन्व्हाइट आपण केलेलं आहे. या कार्यक्रमासाठी व्यासपीठावरती उपस्थित असलेले आदरणीय शिक्षण संस्थेचे चेअरमॅन श्री चंद्रकांत दळवी साहेब, त्याच्यानंतर त्यांच्या शेजारी सहसचिव डॉक्टर मेनकुदळे सर, सचिव डॉक्टर मोरे सर, काही कारणामुळे सचिव आपले विकास देशमुख साहेब काय कारणास्तव आजच्या कार्यक्रमाचे कार्यशाळेचे प्रमुख जे वक्ते आहेत, निलेश पंडे साहेब जे इथं उपस्थित आहेत, दुसरे जे वक्ते आहेत डॉक्टर राजेंद्र जगदाळे, ते साधारण 12:15 ते 12:30च्या दरम्यान त्यांच्या सेकंड सेशनला ते उपस्थित असतात. व्यासपीठावरती उपस्थित असलेल्या सर्वांच्या आणि समोर बसलेले सर्व कॉलेजेसचे प्राचार्य, ईडीसीएलचे प्रमुख आणि रिसर्च सेलचे प्रमुख या सगळ्यांचं सर्वप्रथम मी CIIIच्या वतीने आणि हायर एज्युकेशन डिपार्टमेंटच्या वतीने मी सगळ्यांचं स्वागत करतो. आजच्या या कार्यशाळेची ऍक्च्युली आयडिया मुळात काही महिन्यांपूर्वी कमलेश पंडे साहेबांचा एक लेख सकाळ मध्ये छापला गेलेला होता. त्याच्यामध्ये त्यांनी अकॅडमियामध्ये कशा पद्धतीने इनोव्हेशन स्पिरिट फॅकल्टीमध्ये आणि स्टुडंटमध्ये आणतात माध्यमात एक खूप छान त्यांनी एक लेख लिहिलेला होता. तो लेख ऍक्च्युली आदरणीय साहेबांच्या नजरेसमोर आला. त्यांनी बघितलं आणि त्यांनी ताबडतोब तो लेख फोटोकॉपी म्हणजे त्याचा फोटो पाठवून मला सुचवलं की कधीतरी एकदा तुम्ही कमलेश पंडित इन्व्हाइट करा आणि आपल्या जेवढे सिनियर कॉलेजेस मधले प्राचार्य आहेत, आपले रिसर्च हेड जे आहेत, आपले ईडीसीएलचे जे हेड आहेत, त्यांच्यासाठी एक वर्कशॉप तुम्ही अरेंज करू शकलात तर त्याचा फायदा आपल्या कॉलेजच्या लोकांना आणि आपल्या कॉलेजच्या विद्यार्थ्यांना पण होईल. आणि त्याच्यानंतर मग आम्ही प्रयत्न केले. त्यांनी कमलेश पंडित साहेबांनी लगेचच त्याला मान्यता दिली आणि आज तो क्षण आलेला आहे. मी पटापट लगेच हे करेन कारण त्याच्यामध्ये आपल्याला दोन मोठे दिग्गज लोकांना आपल्याला ऐकायचं आहे. कमलेश पंडे साहेब, मी थोडक्यात तुम्हाला रयत शिक्षण संस्थेच्या बाबतीत एक साधारण आयडिया देतो तुम्हाला. रयत शिक्षण संस्था ही 1919 साली कर्मवीर भाऊराव पाटील यांनी स्थापन केलेली संस्था आहे. 1919 तर 106 वर्षांमध्ये जे वृक्ष त्या काळी लावलेलं होतं, 106 वर्षांमध्ये त्याची एक वटवृक्षामध्ये ते रूपांतर झालेले. 747 शाखा झालेल्या आहेत आता शिक्षण संस्थेच्या. पूर्ण व्याप्ती महाराष्ट्रातल्या 15 जिल्ह्यांमध्ये आणि कर्नाटकच्या टोटल 16 जिल्ह्यांमध्ये शिक्षण संस्थेचे शाखांचा आज स्प्रेड आहे. याच्यामध्ये प्रामुख्याने 747 पैकी साधारण 434 हे मराठी मीडियम स्कूल आहे. त्याच्यात एक 35 इंग्लिश मीडियम स्कूल्स आहेत, 33 प्रायमरी स्कूल्स आहेत आणि साधारण 20च्या दरम्यान हे प्री प्रायमरीचे स्कूल्स वगैरे आहेत. हे टोटल या शाळेच्या याच्यामध्ये. याच्या व्यतिरिक्त टोटल 42 कॉलेजेस आहेत, सिनियर कॉलेजेस आहेत. या 42 कॉलेजपैकी 27 कॉलेजच्या दरम्यान त्या कॉलेजेसमध्ये BA ची डिग्री आपण रयत शिक्षण संस्थेमार्फत आपण देतो, प्रदान करतो. साधारण 25 कॉलेजेसमध्ये BComची पदवी आपण प्रदान करतो आणि 18 कॉलेजेसच्या BSc ची डिग्री आपण प्रदान करतो. त्याच्या व्यतिरिक्त एक इंजिनिअरिंग कॉलेज आहे, एक डिप्लोमा कॉलेज आहे, एक MBA कॉलेज आहे. साधारण 7 एक ऑटोनॉमस कॉलेजेस आहेत टोटल याच्यामध्ये. रयत शिक्षण संस्थांची स्वतःची एक युनिव्हर्सिटी पण आहे, कर्मवीर भाऊराव पाटील युनिव्हर्सिटी, स्टेट युनिव्हर्सिटी आहे, स्वतःची एक युनिव्हर्सिटी पण आहे. आणि अकॅडमिकच्या व्यतिरिक्त प्रोफेशनल कोर्सेस पण साधारण 25 पेक्षा जास्त कॉलेजेसमध्ये प्रोफेशनल कोर्सेस पण कंडक्ट केलेले जातात. 15 पेक्षा जास्त कॉलेजेसमध्ये करिअर ओरिएंटेड स्किल डेव्हलपमेंटचे कोर्सेस पण प्रदान केलेले जातात. साधारण 25 पेक्षा जास्त कॉलेजचं नॅकचं रँकिंग आमच्या A+ आणि A++ पेक्षा जास्त आहे आणि 20 पेक्षा जास्त कॉलेजेस आमचे ISO सर्टिफाईड आहेत. थोडंसं साधारण हे रयतच्या या व्याप्ती आणि स्प्रेडची थोडक्यात तुम्हाला मी माहिती देतो. समोर उपस्थित बसलेले जे ऑडियन्स आहेत आमच्या या 42 कॉलेजमधून आलेले प्रत्येक कॉलेजचे प्राचार्य आहेत. त्यांच्यासोबत त्या कॉलेजचे रिसर्चचे हेड आणि त्या कॉलेजचे एंटरप्रेन्योरशिपचे हेड असे 3 प्रत्येक कॉलेजमधून 3 प्रतिनिधी आहेत. 40 कॉलेजेसचे टोटल जे आहे हे समोर आपल्यासमोर आपलं संबोधन ऐकण्यासाठी उत्सुक आहे तिथे. याच्यानंतर मी सगळ्या ऑडियन्सला मी कमलेशजी पंडे सरांची थोडक्यात माहिती देतो. कमलेशजी पंडे सरांचं जर का प्रोफाईल जर का वाचायचं झालं तर तो 3 पानामध्ये जातो. एवढं त्यांचं काम आहे. तर त्यातले जे ठळक गोष्टी आहेत ते तुम्हाला मी जस्ट निदर्शनास सांगून देतो. कमलेश पंडे सरांनी MTech केलेलं आहे मेकॅनिकल इंजिनिअरिंग IIT बॉम्बेमध्ये आणि त्यांच्या प्रोफेशनल करिअरमध्ये त्यांनी अनेक मोठमोठ्या कंपन्यांमध्ये त्यांनी काम केलेलं आहे. त्याच्यामध्ये व्हाईस प्रेसिडेंट थर्मॅक्समध्ये ते व्हाईस प्रेसिडेंट म्हणून त्यांनी काम केलेलं आहे. महिंद्रामध्ये हेड ऑफ द टेक्नॉलॉजी म्हणून त्यांनी काम केलेलं आहे. फोर्ब्स मार्शलमध्ये ते चीफ R&D म्हणून त्यांनी काम केलेलं आहे. टाटा कन्सल्टन्सी सर्व्हिसेसमध्ये पण त्यांनी काम केलेले आहे. BHEL मध्ये काम आणि टाटा एनर्जी कॉर्पोरेटमध्ये या दिग्गज मोठ्या कंपन्यांमध्ये काम केले. त्याच्या व्यतिरिक्त त्यांनी अकॅडमियाशी पण त्यांनी बऱ्याच चांगल्या कॉलेज काम केलेले. तर त्यांनी HM कॉलेज ऑफ मॅनेजमेंट, IIT बॉम्बे आणि या कॉलेजमध्ये adjunct प्रोफेसर ते काही लेक्चर्स वगैरे घेतात, इनोव्हेशन रिलेटेड, नॉलेज मॅनेजमेंट रिलेटेड, न्यू प्रॉडक्ट डेव्हलपमेंट रिलेटेड लेक्चर वगैरे फॅकल्टी म्हणून जात आहेत. कमलेश पंडितजींनी स्वतःचा एक सेल उभा केलेला आहे, ज्याला ते मैत्री म्हणतात, AITRI, मेकिंग अकॅडमिया इनोव्हेटिव्ह अँड टेक्निकली रिलेव्हंट टू इंडस्ट्री. तो खऱ्या अर्थाने आज काळाची गरज आहे. कुठल्याही इन्स्टिट्यूटसाठी, कुठल्याही अकॅडमिकसाठी काळाची गरज आहे. त्याच्यासाठी त्यांनी मेन फोकस केलेला आणि त्यांचा जो लेख आलेला होता काही महिन्यांपूर्वी, तो बेसिकली या सब्जेक्टला धरूनच होता. म्हणून आपण थोडासा जरा आग्रह धरला की त्यांचं एक लेक्चर आपल्या सगळ्यांच्या समोर व्हायला पाहिजे, म्हणून तो आपण इनिशिएटिव्ह घेतला. मागच्या 10 वर्षांमध्ये ते IIT बॉम्बे मध्ये बीटेक टेक्निकल लेवलच्या विद्यार्थ्यांना ते मार्गदर्शन करतायत. आणि स्पार्कल जी एक KPITची एक प्रोजेक्ट आहे, त्याच्यामध्ये विद्यार्थ्यांचे कॉम्पिटिशन, त्यांच्या प्रोजेक्टचं कॉम्पिटिशन वगैरे करतात, त्याच्यामध्ये ते चीफ मेंटर आहेत. अनेक अजून सांगण्यासारखं खूप आहे, पण एक एक व्हेरी स्पेशल पर्सन आज आपल्याला या निमित्ताने या वर्कशॉपच्या निमित्ताने आज आपल्याला परत एकदा त्यांचं विशेष मी स्वागत करतो. आणि आदरणीय चंद्रकांत दळवी साहेबांना मी विनंती करतो की त्यांना एक गुलाब पुष्प आणि एक पुस्तक देऊन त्यांचं स्वागत आणि सत्कार करावा. इथे मला थोडंसं नमूद करायचं आहे, आदरणीय दळवी साहेब, मला कमलेश पंडितजींनी अगदी कॅटेगॉरिकली सांगितलं की मला बुके किंवा श्रीफळ, शाल असं काही तुम्ही देऊ नका. तर एक जस्ट पुस्तक किंवा मी आता माझं प्रास्ताविक इथं थांबवतो. आपण सगळे उत्सुक आहात. आपल्याला आदरणीय सन्माननीय कमलेश पंडित सरांचं लेक्चर आपल्याला ऐकायचं आहे. तर मी त्यांना विनंती करतो की त्यांनी हां.
Thank you, sir. I will continue with the felicitation of the dignitary of the dais. I request Honorable Mr. Chandrakant Dalvi Sahib to felicitate our resource person Rajendra Chandale. Not there. Okay, it's okay, done. Now I request Honorable Principal Dr. Suresh Salunke to felicitate Honorable Mr. Vikas Deshmukh Sahib, Chairman of the Riyad Shikshan Sanstha, Satara. By book and bouquet. Okay. So please accept my apology. I request Honorable Principal Dr. Salunke sir to felicitate Honorable Principal Dr. Shivlingam Kudale, Joint Secretary, Rayat Shikshan Sanstha, Satara. Honorable Dr. R.S. More, Joint Secretary of Rayat Shikshan Sanstha, felicitated by Honorable Principal. I request Professor Dr. Kakade sir to felicitate our dynamic principal, Dr. Suresh Salunke sir. Okay. I will request to Kakade sir to felicitate our principal, Dr. Suresh Salunke sir.
Thank you, everyone. Now let us begin the first knowledge session. It is our honor to invite Honorable Mr. Kamlesh Pandey, Senior Officer, Maitri, to address us on the topic, effective strategies to promote a culture of innovation and entrepreneurship among students and faculty. So, eagerly await your thoughts.
Perfect. करायचं सुरू. गुड मॉर्निंग दळवी साहेब आणि इतर सगळे प्रिन्सिपल्स. आज मला इथे येऊन फार आनंद झालाय. मी पहिलीच माझी विजिट आहे या रयत शिक्षण संस्थेला आणि स्पेशली SM कॉलेजला. आणि ज्या पद्धतीने तुम्ही हा कार्यक्रम अरेंज केला आहे तो बघून खरं म्हटलं तर माझ्या मनावर खूप दडपण आलेलं आहे. कारण की आयुष्यात पहिल्यांदा मी जवळजवळ 100 प्रोफेसर लोकांना मी ऍड्रेस करतो आहे. सो माझा उद्देश असा नाहीये की तुम्हाला काही ज्ञान द्यावं. हा उद्देश फक्त असा आहे की जो काही रिअल लाईफ एक्सपिरियन्स जमा केलेला आहे आणि जो इंडस्ट्री आणि अकॅडमियाशी निगडीत आहे त्याबद्दल मी तुम्हाला थोडंसं शेअर करून सांगणार आहे. याच्या पलीकडे काही उद्देश नाही. माझा जो टॉक आहे तो जनरली मी इंग्लिशमध्ये देतो, पण मधून मधून मी मराठीलाही स्विच करेन. तो मला त्याच्यात केव्हाही जेव्हा वाटेल तेव्हा मी मराठी आणि इंग्लिशमध्ये करून आय होप दॅट्स ओके विथ यू. या टॉकचं नाव मी मुद्दाम रिचार्जिंग द स्पिरिट असं ठेवलेलं आहे. कारण होतं काय, माझा अनुभव असा आहे की आपण तेच ते काम करून actually we lose interest and spirit in doing that thing. So my principle in life has been, even in industry, to keep recharging the spirit of people who are doing something. And only when we recharge the spirit, I think we can actually do something which we have been wanting to do and which we never have been able to do. So हा जो टॉपिक आहे तो रिचार्ज करायला पाहिजे म्हणून मी केलेला आहे. पहिली गोष्ट म्हणजे दिस एंटायर PPT has been copyrighted in my name. The implication of this is that no portion of it is legally allowed to be copied or reproduced in part or in full, because if that happens there will be some legal implication. So हा जो भाग आहे तो इंटलेक्च्युअल प्रॉपर्टी राईट्सचा आहे आणि याच्यापासून आधीच लोकांना अम, अ, अ, जाणीव करून द्यायची हा उद्देश आहे. ठीक आहे. सो हे मात्र तुमच्यापैकी कोणीही करू नका, हाच एक उद्देश आहे. नेक्स्ट, टुडे आय एम स्टँडिंग हिअर विथ 3 hats on my head. You know, 3 roles मी आजच्या याच्यातनं निभवणार आहे. The first one is I'm an industry person. I have spent something like 45 years in industry at senior position. And most of them have been dealing with innovation, entrepreneurship, and especially recruiting students from engineering colleges. So that is something which I have been interested and have been doing. And that's the reason I have a very strong connection with educational institutes. And that is also primary reason that I have gladly accepted the invitation to come and share my experience. The second hat, the second role that I have been doing last 25 years is that I am very closely associated with making of policy with relation to higher technical education. By virtue of my being members on board of governing council of at least 12 management and engineering institutes. So I know in which direction the higher education, higher technical education is going. And that's the reason I've been involved, and I would like to express my thoughts and views on it. And the third thing is that I myself have been a professor for last 20 years. I've been teaching in IIT Bombay at least 5, 6 different subjects, especially the innovation, entrepreneurship, knowledge management, heat transfer, energy, intellectual property, new product development, and so on and so forth. So, putting together my experience and interest in various fields, I am going to share my experiences with you. Okay. Uh, Next. Why this talk? I think this is very important. I would like you to know why this talk and what we are going to achieve out of that. The first and the foremost thing is to sensitize you people about what is happening around you. Because my experience, and I'm not casting any aspersions on you, in many fields I have seen that people do not have proper idea of what is happening around them and in what way what we should be doing should be relevant to what is supposed to be done. So in industry and in academia, what is happening, what should be done in future, that is one thing which my talk is going to deal with. The second thing is to provoke you, to incite you to think. I'm not claiming that you don't think, but I would like you to start thinking differently from today, not the same way. Not only thinking differently, but doing different things. And as I will argue in my next slides, this is the crux of innovation. The basis and the element of innovation is that we must start thinking differently, and not only thinking differently but doing things differently than what we have been doing. If we do not do that, then we are not going to be doing anything different than that. To that extent, I would like you to remember that Marshall Goldsmith is a world renowned change management expert, and he has written n number of books which are regarded as Bible in management, change management, innovation. You know, the title of one of his very famous books is one thing around which my talk will be. What he says is that if you want to go there, you have to do different things. Otherwise, you will get stuck to be doing here. Okay, so that is the title. That means all that he is wanting us to remember, if you want to reach there compared to where you are, then you ought to do things differently and sumptuously differently, and not in a small way. So that is the message which I would like to propagate through this. Shortly, briefly, I would like you to be given a flavor of innovation, because based on my 30 years of experience in industry and academia, unfortunately, I had to draw a conclusion that 80% of people, although they talk about innovation and they want to do innovation, they are not fully and properly aware of what is innovation. And unless and until a person is fully aware of innovation, he or she will not be able to actually do some contribution into innovation. So that is another purpose of my talk here. And I'm going to give you a very brief flavor of what is innovation. Because the main purpose is that I have found that majority of people, both in academia and in industry, have wrong notions about what innovation is. And if you do not have correct idea of what innovation is, I don't think you can do innovation entrepreneurship, because entrepreneurship, the lifeline of entrepreneurship is innovation. So I insist that everybody must understand properly what is innovation. In doing so, based on my experience, I want to present to you a mixture of different thoughts, new thoughts, and I would like you to keep them in mind. And at the end of the talk, if you decide, each one of you decide even to take one thought and take it forward, I would say that would have done a great contribution to not only you individually, but the entire Raj Shikshan Sanstha as a whole. Okay? And last thing that I insist, I know Shrikant has told me that you people have come all the way from your workplaces and you have spent a lot of time and effort. So when you have spent so much of time and effort coming here and spending an hour and a half, I would insist that you have made some investment and I would like you to make sure that you have got some return on your investment. Because if at the end of 1.5 hours of listening to me, if you don't get some return on your investment, I think my purpose of talking here will be defeated. So that is something which I would insist. And at the end of it, I would like you to rethink if you have really got some return on investment. Okay, so that is the purpose of my talk. Next, let me start with innovation because, as I have told you, entrepreneurship entirely depends on innovation. In fact, innovation is the crux of entrepreneurship. And unless and until you really understand why, what, how, when, you will not be able to do anything much on entrepreneurship. So, before I start, I would like 5, 6 of you to tell me what you think innovation is. And I'm going to write it. Okay? Give me 5 minutes. What do you think innovation is? In short, quickly. What is your idea of innovation? Something different? Value addition. What do you mean by that? Pardon? So, create innovation to activate. I think this is good enough. So, this is a contributed, and I would like this to be kept in front of you for at least next 15 20 minutes. And now, I would like you to understand what actually innovation is. And at the end of it, you realize that innovation is far away from sum total of what you have imagined. Okay? And that is one point that I would like to understand and appreciate. And then you will come to realize that we most of times do not have work. Hello? Yeah. Can you hear me? Last. Okay. So now let me go back to the first slides of by presentation. Yeah. Now, in next 2-3 slides, I am going to describe to you what actually innovation is and what are the different facets and aspects of innovation. And without explaining further, you will quickly understand the difference between what you have said and what innovation actually is. So let some definitions or descriptions of innovation. The first thing is that innovation is a process. Understand? And it is not for any reason that I have actually highlighted some of the important words in blue. Okay, so focus on those. So first, let me actually share with you some description of innovation. Essentially, strictly speaking, innovation is a process which by which a novel idea or knowledge is brought to a stage where it produces money. Understand? So, innovation is a process. A process is nothing but something which starts from first event and continues up to the last event. Clear? So, it's a process, it's not an event. So what happens? What is the first point? The first point of this innovation process is novel idea or novel knowledge. Either it is idea or something knowledge. But what kind of knowledge and idea? It has to be novel, something new, which has not been done, seen, worked out earlier. So that is the essential feature of the starting point of innovation. Again, I am repeating, many people misunderstand that it is only the idea starting point. No, it is the idea as well as knowledge. That knowledge could be generated or acquired from wherever you want to. It is generated by your own self, your own institution, your own company, or it can be acquired from outside. Nevertheless, it is important starting point. So it's the process which starts with this and brought to a stage where it produces money. The end point of innovation, or if you call anything innovation, it can be really called innovation only and only and only the end point is production of money. If it does not succeed in producing money, which many people call revenue, profit, benefit, anything is okay for them. But ultimately and essentially, it has to end up in earning of money. Okay? It is something which has to be the most important end point of innovation process is it has to earn some money. And many people call it profit, revenue, whatever you want to call it, but it has to earn you some money. Now, how much money? That's a different aspect, but it has to earn you some money. Okay, so that is one description of innovation. Now, the second thing, I have told you that it has to be brought to a stage where it produces money. Now, let us see something more on that. Now, the conversion of these ideas into money has to be done through some medium or some route. It has to be through some route or medium, and that route or medium is essentially products, processes, or services. These are the three means by which the idea can be converted into final aspect of money. And what is meant by product, processes, or services? I will give you examples so that you can understand. Product. Product is one thing which is very well known to all of us. Anything that you see here is a product. Engine is a product. Aircraft is a product. Boiler is a product. Podium is a product. Fountain pen is a product. All these products are seen and we are aware of all these products. So product is something. So when your idea is converted into money through a product, that is one way. Now, second thing is a process. Process also calls for innovation. So, what is meant by process? The process is material procurement process, research and development process, manufacturing process, cement making process. Anything that you do, the process means the way you do things is also a means by which idea can be converted into money. So that is process. Now the services which of late in last 10 years has become very important in our country is services. By service I mean banking is a service, healthcare is a service, insurance is a service, education is a service. And I want to emphasize that academia people must understand that the service that you are rendering to the society consists of parents, youngsters, students. And this is a valuable service that you are providing. And the way you provide this service, the way you provide this service in a better way also calls for innovation. And service provision, providing service to the society is also a way through which you can end up doing classical innovation. Understand? So please do not think that education cannot contribute to innovation. In fact, all over the world, services has overtaken the product which was winning the best till last 10 years. But in last 10 years, services has really become important. Have you any time gone and seen the changes that have happened in last 15 years in banking sector, in insurance sector? Okay, so these are all the services that you provide, and many people actually are focusing on all their effort and money on to innovating different services. So that is for you more information about what is meant by product, process, and services. Now the third definition is something which I will hold, but industrially or managerially, the simplest definition of innovation is that if there is any change, if there is any change in the Acha. If there is any change in the existing technology, that will also result in innovation. Another new word that I am going to introduce you people to, which I am sure you don't know, you have not heard, which is business model. I'm going to tell one slide I have devoted to business model, and I insist that all of you, before you leave this hall, you must have good idea about what is innovation. Sorry, what is business model? Because because most of us do not have any idea about business model, and therefore we fail to succeed in innovation. And this is true especially in case of engineering and science student, because actually in business model there is no technology, no science involved. It is all non-technology, non-scientific. And that is one reason, because of our superiority complex, the science and engineering student feel that there is nothing for me to be known about business model. And that's the biggest mistake that we people do. So by using two slides, I'm going to convince you to understand business model and defocus your efforts from engineering and science, and special efforts should be put onto the business model. So that I will come later. Next. Now, just to summarize what I have discussed in last slide, is that these are the salient attributes, salient features of innovation. So what is one salient feature is that it's a process. It's an ongoing process which starts at one point and ends at one point. This is not an event that it takes place and it is ended. So it's a process. Now, what is the starting point? The starting point is idea or knowledge. Understand? The third thing is that most important thing, that it involves action or execution or implementation. And what is this action and execution? The conversion of new knowledge or idea into the physical products or services or processes is the action that you have to do. Okay, so please understand one thing, that innovation is not only something different, creativity and out of box thinking. Okay, this is a wrong notion that we people feel that innovation is nothing but creativity, out of box thinking, new idea. No, new idea is only half the thing, but the remaining half is action, converting that new idea into sensible physical products, services, or processes. So, most important thing is that innovation has two parts. The first half is creativity. I'm not saying creativity or out of box thinking is not important, but it only serves you a limited purpose. If you say that throughout the innovation process, I'm going to be dealing with only creativity, you are not going to land yourself anywhere. You have to implement, do some action, execute that action. And that's the reason my famous word is, Nike company, their logo is just do it. And that's the reason Nike is supposed to be the most innovative company in the world. Why? Because they have long back realized that coming up with idea is only a part of innovation. What is important is to convert those ideas, take some physical action, execute, and then only you can actually go to the marketplace and earn some money or revenue, because innovation is actually certified as innovation only when there is money earning. Clear? So that is something which you ought to understand. And the three ways to earn money is product, process, and services. Okay. Now, equally important, like I said, the end point is revenue generation. You have to generate revenue, you have to generate profit, you have to generate money. Call it anything you want. Ultimately, it has to earn you some money. And the last feature, salient feature, is technology and business model. I will tell you more about that next. Now, I'll sort of take you away from this, and I would like to clear some wrong notions of most of the people about invention and innovation. Because I have seen through young students, even industry managers and senior people, that many of them are confused about innovation and invention, and they think they are one and the same thing. They are not. So let me clarify all those wrong notions about this. You know, invention and innovation. Innovation, again, at the at the risk of saying the same thing, I will say innovation has commercial implication. That means it has to end in some revenue generation, money earning. Whereas invention does not tell you or does not compel you to earn money. It is only something new which you have come up. It's purely research and development. Invention can, will, and certainly earn you a Nobel Prize. Okay, but it will not earn you a single rupee. That is the difference. So invention does not result into money earning capability. Okay, invention really and may earn you a Nobel Prize, but not a single rupee. Clear? Please understand. So invention and innovation, that is one thing. Another difference is that there is a time lag, difference of time between when invention happens and innovation happens. Okay. Now, this time difference could be in terms of hundreds of years, 10 years, 1 year, 3 months. This I will demonstrate to you in next. But please understand that they don't happen together. First, invention happens, and then that invention is later, by a lot of effort of people, is converted into innovation which earns you money. Understood? That is. And most important thing, many people think that one invention gives birth to one innovation. Not at all. There is no one-on-one correspondence in this. So that I would like you to get clarified that one invention can result into many innovations, four, five, six, in some cases, tens of innovations. So one invention can result into more than one innovation, and in a similar manner, many inventions can be fused together and which will result into just one innovation. And as you will appreciate, when this thing happens, the innovation that happens is known as radical, disruptive innovation. The value of that innovation is so high that such type of innovation was never seen and heard by the world. And that's why it is qualified as disruptive or radical innovation. Okay? Just keep that in mind because many people talk about radical innovation. So that is what is radical innovation. Clear? So this much enough for distinguishing between invention and innovation. Next slide. Now in this slide, I talked to you about the time lag between when invention happens and when innovation happens. So these are some of the examples. I'm not going to explain to you, but but you will now see, concentrate on these two columns. Radio first invention happened in 1887, and by the time it was converted into innovation, it took 1922. That means almost 40 years it took. And now go through this list. Go through this list. Okay. Now, what do you observe as you run from the top to the bottom? The time lag between invention and innovation has gradually compressed, has gradually reduced. Okay. And I have another six examples I have not displayed here, which, if I include there, they will tell you that the time lag has indeed been reduced to some months. So, gradually, the time lag or the time difference between invention and innovation has constantly got reduced. Nowadays, there are some inventions which are converted into innovation in months. Okay, if you scratch your brains, you will yourself come up with those inventions because nowadays we are surrounded by such things. One thing that I would like you to appreciate is the reason that this is happening. Why? The reason, one single most reason that the time lag between invention and innovation is actually decreasing at a very fast rate. The single reason is the advancement of technology. That is the only reason because we are coming up, the entire world is coming up with superb new advanced technologies. And those technologies are making it possible for any innovation to be converted to innovation faster than it had happened earlier. Understood? So, according to me, I think this much information to clarify the wrong notion about innovation and invention should be good enough. Now we will go ahead with the innovation part of it. Next slide. Now, one thing I would like all of you to be very clear because although you are not dealing with industry, but you are now going to be a part of a valuable exercise in academia, which is entrepreneurship, Center for Entrepreneurship. So, after all, what is entrepreneurship? Entrepreneurship is nothing but a small industrial person. He must know what to generate and how to earn money on that. Okay, so again, revenue generation is the heart of entrepreneurship. And that's why the initial stage you may feel that this is not related to us, but I would like you to appreciate this, and that's the reason I'm including these two slides. Now, I told you for innovation, the crux of the matter is revenue generation. That means you have to earn money, profit. Now, if I ask you, What is the place that you earn money or profit or revenue? What is the place? The place is marketplace. How? Whatever you have generated, a product, service or a service, you take it to the market where n number of buyers or customers come there and they check your product or process, and if they feel that it is going to add value to what you want, then only they will pay you money and buy your product. It's a very simple give and take thing. So understand and appreciate that revenue generation happens at a marketplace where who is the crux? The crux of marketplace is the customer, the buyer. Strictly speaking, there is a difference, but let us not worry about the difference. That difference is so far as the management things are concerned. But all I am saying is this marketplace is governed by the customer, and it is the customer who decides whether your product is good enough to be paid this much of money. And only if you pay that much of money, you start earning profit. So, all I am saying is that innovation is a highly customer centric activity, totally centered around customer. Your thinking that your product is superior has no meaning in the market. Okay, you have to take it to the market and let the customer decide. Okay, now understand and customer is the only person who can help you succeed in your innovation. Now, if customer is such an important person, I would also like you to appreciate few more levels of customers. All of us are used to knowing customer as the person who buys your thing and gives you something in return. No, not at all. There are two types of customers which you must understand. Entrepreneurship, and that's the reason I'm driving you into these details of that. You better understand that. So there are two types of customers. One is internal customer and the other is external customer. Understand the difference and appreciate that. Okay. Now, since I'm from industry, I will give you first example of an industry. What is internal customer and what is an external customer? Suppose I'm in a company called Bharat Heavy Electricals or Thermax, who produces, say, for example, the boilers. Okay. Now, I think that is better. Yeah. Hello. Is it better now? Okay. So, काय म्हणत होते मी? Customer. Customer. Yeah. So, in a manufacturing industry like say, Mahindra, Thermax, and so on and so forth, there are different departments. So I'm not going to run through all the departments, but let me tell you that there are three main departments. The first is R&D, research and development, which consists of lots of engineering activities where something new is developed. The other one is that something new is manufactured. So that's manufacturing department. And having manufactured that, then it is presented to the outside world by marketing and sales department. Okay. So let us focus on these three departments: research and development, which is engineering activity, manufacturing, and sales and marketing. Okay. So whenever something is generated, who generates? And having generated and manufactured that, this product is always presented to the internal marketing and sales department, because they are the people who know what is required in the market, what is not required in the market. So for R&D department of an engineering industry, the internal customer is the first customer who is to be tackled before the boundaries of organizations are crossed into the external market. So for engineering department, the internal customer, marketing and sales of the same company. Only after this internal customer is satisfied, then does the industry cross the boundary and then present it to the external customer, who actually buys that and gives you money or revenue in return. So there are two customers, and essentially you ought to satisfy both the customers if you really want to be successful in final innovation or selling your innovative product. Understood? This is one example. Now I'll give you another example which is pertaining to academics. Okay. Now, you are now in the service. Okay. And what is your service? It's a professional service. You are preparing the young minds, and you are refining them by providing lots of knowledge, such that when they pass out, a person like me who is the external customer sees the value and then accepts that. Clear? And then pay them the stipend or whatever it is. So, person from industry is an external customer for educational institute. Now, who is the internal customer? The internal customer for you is the student himself, which is a product. It's a very unique example in field of innovation, where the product itself is an internal customer. So you have to satisfy your internal customer, namely the student, which unfortunately in many cases you take it for granted and do not really understand what are the needs of my internal customers. Are we satisfying their needs? Are we exceeding? Are we delighting them? Or are we forcing something which I feel that he should know? And that is exactly what is happening in current state of affairs. Are we really concerned about what our product wants, what our internal customer wants? I am not sure. In your institutes, it may be happening, but I have been board of governors for at least 10 to 15 institutes, and I have not seen this happen. And one of my main job as a governing board member is to make sure that we realize and appreciate and value and ask our internal customer, what is it that you want? Are we giving you what you want? Because he also must be wanting something. So there is no point in you deciding the specification of what he wants and I should do. So that's all. I don't want to go ahead of this, but I am leaving this thought with you. This is again a part of innovation and organization. Okay. Now, if you have to satisfy these customers, how do you satisfy a customer? By knowing what are his needs. That is the initial stage, no? So, if you really want to be good, innovative person and doing real entrepreneurship, you must go one level down and say, what are their needs after all? What kind of different needs are there? Are you really concerned? Have you really done some study about their needs? Which in industry we call as a very important activity, which is known as need finding. Finding of a need of a customer, because ultimately he is going to give us the money. So have you anything stopped and said, what are the needs? What kind of needs are there? So I'm not going to talk in details, but I'm going to leave a thought with you that when you talk about needs, all we people generally deal with is obvious needs, which you and me and everybody knows. You know that's not the way. If you really want to be entrepreneurship, okay, and be doing something good, you ought to know what is known as latent or unarticulated need. Please understand the value of that. By latent need, I mean in Marathi we call सुप्त, ज्या प्रदर्शितच करू शकला नाहीये तुमचा कस्टमर, कारण की there are 50%, why more than 50% customers who do not know what they want. They are not educated enough to do that. So these are the needs that you have to sit with your customer, understand what they are not able to express, which are latent, सुप्त, त्याच्या मनात आहे पण तो सांगू शकत नाही, किंवा त्याला माहिती आहे, त्याच्या डोळ्यासमोर आहे, but is not able to articulate that in words. Many people cannot articulate what you want. So it is your duty as a product developer or entrepreneur to sit with him, have a dialogue, discussion, tell him some hand-drawn sketches, tell him some photographs and ask him, "Hey, is it that this is that you want?" Then he will say, yeah, not this, but exactly, but I want a couple of changes here. That is something which you induce him to generate his needs. And that is where there will be a difference between a successful entrepreneur, successful innovator, and a normal innovator. And that's the reason you ought to understand the need, and especially the latent need, which is unarticulated, not possible for your customer or a student or a buyer to know what he wants. But if you give him some initial feedback, he will be in a position to say, yeah, exactly, that is what I want. Yeah, that is good enough for. No, I skip this. Next. Yeah, I told you that I would like you to know what is business model. This is a very, very important concept which unfortunately is neglected by science and engineering, because we have misplaced ego in ourselves that we are engineers from engineering college. No. And we have science degree, we are PhDs. Why should I worry about something which is not technical? This we feel below our dignity. I think that's the biggest mistake I did for initial 10 years of my career, and then I realized I want everybody to realize. त्याला आपण म्हणतो ना, मी बोलले हसले माझे. I don't want you people to do that. So that's the reason I always insist on youngsters to do this. So what is business model? In short, I'm not running through this, but in short, I would give you a summary. Business model is something which is totally non-technical. So the first characteristic of business model is there is no science, there is no engineering, no mathematics involved. Clear? In fact, common sense and financial considerations. So business model is that something which helps you to convert your products into money. Again, the simplest definition of business model is that something, don't ask me right now what it is, that's something which helps you to convert your product, process or service into revenue. Clear? Understood? There could be different aspects involved. I don't want you to be confused. If you really want, I can give you 1 hour talk on all these things, but right now, don't confuse yourself by doing something more than that. Now, the importance of this business model is that, now this is a very important aspect to understand. So, starting point is your product, process, services. The end point is money earning. Understood? Now, there are different routes which are called business model. And understand and appreciate that each route which is called a business model will result in different revenue earning. Understand? That's the power of that. So there could be n number of business models that you can consume or construct, and each business model route will give you different profit, different revenue, different benefit, different commercial revenue. Understand? So that's the power. So each revenue, each model can give you different thing. That is one speciality which you need to understand. Now the second, which is more important, which you ought to understand, is that let me combine, like I said in one of my slides, business model and technology. Now let me compare these two. After all, innovation is nothing but a famous combination of business model and technology. So let me combine these two and see how they pair with respect to each other. So I will take two combinations. One is ordinary technology and excellent business model. Understand? Ordinary technology coupled with excellent business model. And the second extreme, excellent technology coupled with ordinary business. These two will give me different financial outcomes. But you will be surprised that the financial outcome of a combination where the business model is excellent and technology is mediocre is much better than a combination which tells excellent technology and mediocre business model. Are you clear about the power of business model? So excellent business model, mediocre technology results in much better outcome, financial outcome of ordinary business model and excellent technology. I will give you two excellent famous examples the world over. Even today, these examples are quoted when you go through the innovation management course. Do you know, have you people heard about hovercraft? Hovercraft, it's a craft which works well. And okay. And other extreme is disposable diapers for babies that everybody must have. Now, common sense. So far as the technology level is concerned, obviously the technology level in hovercraft is many times superior to the technology that is used in disposable diapers. Is it not? But in spite of that, disposable diaper was one of the grand successes in the history of engineering, whereas our craft failed miserably. So this is one illustrative example, and two case studies are compared all over the world to demonstrate the effect of a powerful business model versus powerful model. Understand? So keep in mind, and whenever you are associated with entrepreneurship, Center for entrepreneurship and incubation and all, these are all nothing but ideas. So keep that in mind and drive this thought into your youngsters, because youngsters otherwise are ignorant about that. And naturally, by virtue of their being engineering students, they wrongly focus their effort, time, energy on only engineering. So keep them away from this. Clear? That is my biggest message to you. I'm not going to give you details on business model. Next. Yeah. This is something which I want you people to realize, because again, entrepreneurship, innovation, and industry, everything is there. So there are some things which I want you to actually keep in mind. With reference to all these things, there are wrong notions in the minds of people who try to drive innovation and entrepreneurship. You know, but I would like you to be taken away from those wrong notions in your mind. First thing, again, I have been repeating this, that innovation is the core of entrepreneurship. If you do not understand the why, what, how of innovation, you are not going to be able to succeed in entrepreneurship. So first and the foremost thing is, much before you tackle entrepreneurship, you have really good in handling and understanding innovation. So that's the core of this. There is no doubt about that. Curiosity. You must be curious. You must keep your mind open and absorb what is there happening around us. So you should be curious. You should start asking questions. So that is something which gives rise to the culture of innovation. And in an academic institute, I would strongly recommend that this culture should be imbibed. Students and everybody should be allowed to ask questions and come up with new possibilities, curiosity and creativity. That is the important part of culture, any organization as innovation is concerned. The third and the most important thing, again, a very essential cultural aspect of that is that if you do not take any risk, you can never go anywhere near innovation, near creativity, near entrepreneurship. Risk taking is the essential element of this thing, and this is a culture building aspect of innovation. You ought to understand the risk and take it with proper understanding. And therefore, you must also know what are the ways of lessening the risk, which is known as mitigation of risk. But nevertheless, if you cannot take risk and doing something which looks little odd today or stupid to some extent, you will never be able to do that. And please understand, when you take risk, a failure is bound to happen. So, failure and risk taking are two sides of the same coin, and nobody should be punished for failure because it is an essential element of culture building so far as innovation is concerned. Okay. Now, most important thing is this. I have seen in 90% of organizations, including industry and academia, people strongly believe that innovation and entrepreneurship is the job of something who is highly qualified from Stanford University or IIT Bombay or having a PhD degree and so on and so forth, and should be English medium educated and should be from a convent or Bangalore or only Hyderabad and all junk, absolute junk. Innovation is independent of X. X is your degree, your educational institute, your family background, your university, your country, and anything. It does not depend on any of these things. It does not even depend on which language you speak. Clearly understand? And one greatest proof in India that innovation is independent of all these things is if you visit any manufacturing industry and especially the shop floor where machines are there and who operate the machines there, they are ITI trained, not even diploma people. And do you know the biggest resource of process innovation in India and even in advanced countries is the shop floor, where the education does not have any meaning. They are ITI trained people. They don't even know how to speak 5 sentences in English, but they come up with superb idea ज्याला मराठीत स्पीकपणा म्हणतो that entirely you can see there, and they will come up with solution for many problems that their shop floor is facing. So do they have a degree from Stanford? Are they PhD from IIT Bombay? Do they speak English? Nothing of this sort. Okay? So this is something which has to be imbibed into people and ourselves, that there is no point. And you know what I have seen many times, people from uh, village areas, when they go and face a person from, say, COEP or IIT Bombay, they feel low. There is no need of doing that. Absolutely no need, because I have seen people when I recruited people in Mahindra and Mahindra. I can tell you, out of 60 people, postgraduates and graduates that I recruited, 35 of them were from places which people didn't even know. And I am having tremendous pride in telling you that out of those 36, 32 people did excellently well, many times better than people from engineering and where VNIT and DNIT and all such things. So that's a proof, and I'm a party to that, and I believe very strongly in that. Okay, so please remember that and make sure. And the last characteristic of innovation is that do not have wrong notion that innovation can be done by one individual like me or him or them. Impossible. Nowhere in the world you come across a situation where successful innovation has been done by one person. It has to be a team activity, and therefore, if you want to do innovation, entrepreneurship, it has to be team of people, because that's a separate study by itself. But all I'm saying is that it's a necessary team activity, and you cannot afford to do innovation by one single person. Next. This is some example. I'm not going to deal with that. Like, just to prove that innovation is independent of X. Say, for example, Velcro. The Velcro was innovated by a doctor who didn't even know what is material. But the idea came up to him. There is a big story like this. Jeans, jeans, no engineering, no material, no cloths. But the character came up with that. The next example I want to share. There is a village called Rajapur, 30 kilometers from Jhansi. Recently you must have read. This is a very, very pertinent example. I share shamelessly. Last 6 months ago, I was in Singapore. I opened my talk with this example. No, there is one person, Mohanlal Suman, a primary school teacher in a village Rajapur, which I told you 80 kilometers away from Jhansi in Uttar Pradesh. And he came up with what is known as AI Madam. And he has named this AI Madam as Suman Madam. And it so happened that 160 students in middle school and primary school in that village who had never wanted to attend a school in last 5 to 6 months, the attendance is 95%. Not only that, but some of the parents have started attending the school, and it's a mixture of general knowledge, solution of your mathematical problem, words, and knowing what is the temperature in Kashi, when is it going to rain, and you name the information, and it is available for students. And he has done a classical thing. And you know how much education he has had? He is only 10th class passed, and he has revolutionized things. So this is one example to prove that innovation and creativity are independent things. And he has become a national hero in India. Everybody is talking and seeing what is it that he has done. And that engineering industries have helped him building a humanoid, which is clad in a sari. A teacher sits on the chair and table, and she accepts all the questions and answers them. It's a classical example of doing that. Okay, and we should be pride. We should be proud of our own example. Next. I think I would skip this. This is basically this is one slide. It is not mine. This is straight away from an excellent article about 12 years ago in a journal called Harvard Business Review. And the title of this article was Innovators DNA. DNA, good idea about DNA genetically. Yeah. So that Harvard Business Review people did a survey all over the world, and they found out what are the different qualities of successful innovators all over the world. And they found that these are the five qualities that most of the innovators, successful innovators, like Jack, Ratan Tata, Apple, Steve Jobs, Apple, then Microsoft owner, Bill Gates, all these people are having this thing. I will only pick up couple of points and it will give you some idea. If you really want to be a good innovator, what are the qualities that you should be developing? Most important thing is that associating. It's a very in lighter vein. When I read that, the name that I gave that quality in Indian language is Abayal Vijayman. You know what it means is that innovator is one person who tries to own every problem that is there in the world. He owns that. If something is going wrong somewhere in his neighborhood, in his company, in his society, and everything, he feels he's the only person who can actually find a solution. So that is something associating. One person who associates with everything that is happening around him, and therefore he gets lots of idea as to what should be done in a society, what needs to be done in society. So that is one thing. Another thing is questioning. This is one quality for which a class innovator is hated by everybody. Because whenever he goes and tries to help people, he asks so many questions which are very uncomfortable to answer. Like he will give you a barrage of questions. Hey, why did you use this material? Did you try this material? Why did you do this sort of a thing? Why did you have the curd beam here instead of a solid beam here? So he will just generate some new scenarios by asking questions and make you feel that there are so many things that you are not done at all. And he creates different new scenarios and gives you different ways and means to think on better alternatives of doing better things. So these are the two things which are, and the third thing is again just do it. Like a slogan. This character says idea generation. You do whatever you want to do. But after that, I want to do something and experiment, which people in engineering call prototyping. To generate idea and quickly build some prototype. Experiment on that, and then only you will be in a position to say whether what I am trying to make is going to be working in marketplace. So these are the three most important characteristics of a good innovator. How much time I have? I would like to stick to the time. 10 minutes? 10 minutes. Next. This is purely based on my personal experience in organizations where I was head of innovation. You know, this slide will briefly tell you if you really want to become successful in terms of innovation, my experience tells me that if you follow these three N's, the chances of your innovation or entrepreneurship are much higher. But please do not take it to mean that they are 100%. You cannot be successful 100% in your innovation. It's a very risky game. That's what I'm telling you. So one, no to customer. See, many of us, our first instinct is if our customer wants us to do something, our instinctive reaction is no, this cannot be done. First of all, the technology is not mature. We don't have this technology in India. It is very costly and nobody wants it. By hook or by crook, we try to convince him that no, this cannot be done. So, most important thing is that by saying no to customer, you have not so many chances to innovate. So the best way is take a stock of how many no's you have said in last 3 months and take action to convert those no's into yeses. How can you convert that no into yes? So out of 15 no's that you have said in last 3 months, even if you are able to convert 3 of them into yeses, that's a great innovation. That is one thing. Second thing is neglected area. Everywhere, any atmosphere and society, traditionally, historically, there will be many, many neglected areas which nobody wants to do any work on that. Pick up a couple of them and focus your effort on that. That is a super way to innovate because those are the neglected areas where the inputs that you need are much less than the output that you can get. It is called low hanging fruits. Your efforts will be very minimum because the areas are there, but they are neglected. So pick up, give some thoughts to which are the neglected areas in my academic, in my industry, in my society. Pick them up and convert 2 of them into that. That's the biggest innovation you are attached to. And the niche area is one thing. uh, your organization, your academic institute only has that sort of a capability and competence. No organization has. So I'm sure by virtue of your experience and doing so many things, we have so many things which only we can do. So if you say that yes, this is my area, okay, which is a niche area, I will go ahead and do some work. These are 3 areas which I'm going rather quickly because in next 5 to 7 minutes I will do another. Yeah. I would say this is my last but one slide, and this is where I will keep thinking after the lesson is over. Okay. Now, having said this much, and if you really want to do entrepreneurship, which is to do with innovation, creativity, and all such things, I think there is high time that people change the gears. By changing the gear, I mean you have been used to drive your two-wheeler, four-wheeler in a specific style. Okay, but I challenge you that you have been doing a wrong job. You should actually start to learn to change your gears. You have been driving all your vehicles in just one fixed gear and consider driving it into new gears. So I'm giving you the analogies for this. There are 5 gears. And generally, in today's current automobile, there are 5 gears. So I have 5 gears here. Okay, so I'll run through quickly. The first gear that all of you have been used to driving and you are satisfied. You don't want to change. And that is potential. By potential, I mean everybody feels that I can do this or I can easily do this. I can do better than him easily. So this is centered around your idea of your capability, which is misplaced. Okay, you only feel that I have the capability, but 90% of the times you have not done yourself justice by taking action and to perform using those capabilities. Have you used your capabilities to 100% extent and converted them into action through your performance? You haven't. Ask yourself when you are alone, and the answer that you will get is, no, I haven't. I need to do so many things, and in fact, capable of doing so many things, but I am doing only 30% of my capability. So perform. I think change your gear from only patting your back, saying that I am capable of doing that, I can also do that, to actually doing something by using your capability. Okay, so do that performance. Because according to me, performance, action, execution is the most important thing. Then inward to outward. All of us are very satisfied and comfortable being in our own comfort zone. Because we have been doing that and we don't want to take any risk. Have you gone out and found out
that there are many opportunities. And not only that, but in many cases you will find that whatever you are doing, there are at least 50 places where better things are done in a better way. So you don't have to do all these things. You know, and that is something which I would like you to do that. From inward to outward. Go out, find out, cross the boundaries of academic institutions. Go visit industries which you people haven't been doing. Let me tell you very frankly, however unacceptable this statement from me is there. But you people ought to go out and especially industry. If you want to do entrepreneurship and innovation, industry is the best place. So you ought to know what is happening in industry. What is it that you need to do? So be outward. Right? That. This one philosophy which is valid the world over now is not R&D, but C&D. Keep that in mind. C&D means connect and develop. Go out, connect yourself with whatever is happening outside and then develop. That has much more value. Therefore, you will widen your horizons and know what is happening. And you will actually come to know what is happening, and therefore you can import some things from outside. In lighter vein, although none of you, but when I teach a course in IIT, I give this example. You are right now, you are friends with a girl known as and you have been comfortably in relationship with her. But I can tell you, Tina girl is a very dangerous girl. I have suffered and I have repented having friendship with. So what did I do? I changed my friendship from Tina to this. So who is this Tina? Tina is a girl, which means there is no alternative. All of us are used to a mentality saying that whatever comes to our we feel that this is the only thing to go ahead. Not only that, but we convince ourselves to say that this is the best thing. Not only the only thing, but this is the best thing that I'm doing. And you are absolutely famously unaware of what is happening. Have you thought of different alternatives? Have you any time said that same thing can be done in 25 different ways? And then you evaluate what are the different ways. So this E-sharp is nothing but I see 100 alternatives. The number 100 is only representative. But all I want you to say that change your gears from is the philosophy that you convince yourself, no, whatever I am doing is the only way and it's the only best way to do it. Shift your gear to I see 100 alternatives. That means for everything that you start doing, think of different alternatives. This is again a cultural thing. So he was wanting me to say something about culture. So this is tremendous activity when you change your mindset by getting into this particular culture. And last but one, which is very important, is that this I always tell everybody, you people are a storehouse of knowledge. In educational institute, in academic institute, I think the level of knowledge that people generate, distribute, share has no equal. And that's the reason we just run to you for advancement of technology. What is the latest piece of technique? That's the reason we recruit youngsters because they come with so much of new knowledge, tools, and technique. But you fail to recognize that the value of people like you in industry. Our knowledge is rusted. In 2 3 years, we only do firefighting. We never engage ourselves in advancement of knowledge, which you do. So, in effect, I want you to appreciate that you have tremendous storehouse of knowledge, unequal to any industry. But my regret is that what are you doing with that knowledge? You are, frankly, again, you will hate my statement. You are using the knowledge and rot because because you are not converting that knowledge into wealth. The analogy is that You know, you people are right now driving a gear which I called
Lakshmi or Saraswati. Lakshmi is wealth. Saraswati is brains. You know, you people always feel, what is the problem? There is no point. No, we don't need Lakshmi. We are Saraswati, like Pandit. You know, all knowledge. But what have you done with that storehouse of knowledge? You have so much of experience, you have so much of exposure. So, don't you think that it is high time that you do something? You find out what needs to be done and get into the gear which is Lakshmi and Saraswati. So keep your Saraswati, which is there in your brains, couple, marry it with Lakshmi, and see to it that your knowledge, your ideas are converted into something and you start earning money. There is nothing wrong in using your knowledge and making money. You know, we people in India have branded Marwadis as people who are useless. What is wrong? If they do unethically, it's okay. But if anybody is using his, her knowledge, skill ethically and getting wealth, what is wrong? I think time has come for us to ride both Lakshmi and Saraswati. And educational institutes is the first and the only place where Lakshmi and Saraswati can reside together. So, my request to you is that from today, please recognize how much of powerful storehouse of knowledge you people have and start working on how to convert that knowledge into wealth. And this will all be absolutely justified. And you yourself will see the difference. Your self development will be there, your confidence level will be there, and your value in society and industry will go 100 times.
I have I have done this myself, and that's the reason I'm doing. So another thing, one of my main jobs of board of governors on engineering and management is to help this. How do I do this? And that is where then the patenting and the licensing and so many other things. There are ways and means of it. And the last one.
I'll finish in hardly 3 minutes now. Okay. I already taken too much time. And I take full advantage of you not being there. So I said,
Okay. Now, the last gear, the first four gears I told you to change, but the last gear that I want you not to change is that gear which is involving integrity, okay, honesty, commitment, all those things, those remain absolutely as Lakshman Rekha. You cannot afford to change that. So you have to stick to those things where honesty, integrity, commitment, discipline, all sorts of things are there. And I would insist that you cannot even think of changing that gear. Please continue riding in the same gear because that has what has stayed good step till today. Okay. Now let me see if I have anything, or otherwise I think I will conclude my. No, skip that. Skip that. Oh, one thing. Just one thing quickly. You know, you deal with knowledge, and one of my regrets is that in industry we value know why, and similarly, I think in educational institute, I think you should graduate yourself from know what, know how. These are all old-fashioned things. But right now, what is going to be of tremendous value is the know why. So you should be dealing, and you should actually imbibe this culture into your students is to focus on know why, find out the why of everything. Therefore, question. So that's the thing. I think you should yourself get into that habit and make sure that your students also get into the habit of questioning themselves.
and generating different scenarios and answering the why of everything. Next. Next. I think these were some of the things that I had listed. You could try. There were some 10, 15, but I will skip left and quality things. If you are interested, I will get to this later. If you are, these are some of the suggestions that institute like you can start actually doing to make sure that you propagate a culture of innovation and entrepreneurship. I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any questions for the session?
कमलेश पंडे सरांनी आज जे त्यांच्या वर्कशॉपमध्ये जे सांगितले ते आता अकॅडमिकसाठी किती जरुरीचं आहे तुम्हाला लक्षात आलं असेल. म्हणजे त्यांच्या त्या सेंटरचं जे उद्देश मैत्री म्हणून जे त्यांनी सेंटर केलेलं आहे त्याचा मुळात उद्देशच असा आहे की अकॅडमिक्समध्ये इंडस्ट्रीशी रिलेटेड गोष्टी व्हायला पाहिजे. म्हणून ते जास्त एम्फसाइज करतात की इनोव्हेशन काय. आपण CAAच्या माध्यमातून पण जेव्हा जेव्हा आपण अशा पद्धतीचे वर्कशॉप घेतलेले आहेत तेव्हाही आपण यातले काही बरेच विषय आपण टचबेस केलेले आहेत. इन्व्हेन्शन, इनोव्हेशन. पण त्यांनी त्यांच्या टोटल कॉर्पोरेट इंडस्ट्रीच्या त्याच्या अनुभवात जे त्याच्यातले जे बाकीचे जे डायमेन्शन्स त्यांनी त्याच्यामध्ये ऍड केले. खूपशा गोष्टी तुमच्यासोबत मलाही नवीन गोष्टी या निमित्ताने कळले. पुणे सरांचं सर्वांच्या वतीने मी आभार मानतो की त्यांनी त्यांच्या या बिझी शेड्यूलमध्ये एवढा वेळ काढला आणि आम्हाला सगळ्यांना संबोधून तुम्ही केलं. थँक्यू सो मच. थँक्यू सो मच. आपले नेक्स्ट जे वक्ते आहेत डॉक्टर राजेंद्र जगदाळे सर ते उपस्थित आलेले आहेत. डॉक्टर राजेंद्र जगदाळे हे सायन्स अँड टेक्नॉलॉजी पार्कचे CEO आणि डायरेक्टर जनरल आहेत. सायन्स अँड टेक्नॉलॉजी पार्क गव्हर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडियाची डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ सायन्स अँड टेक्नॉलॉजी पार्कची बॉडी आहे. 1980s लेट 80s मध्ये सेंट्रल गव्हर्नमेंटनी त्यावेळी 4 संस्था स्थापन केल्या होत्या स्टेप या नावाने, सायन्स अँड टेक्नॉलॉजी एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप पार्क. थोडक्यात इन्क्युबेशन सेंटर जे आता आपलं CAAA आहे तर आपल्यासारख्या इन्क्युबेशन सेंटरचे ते इन्क्युबेटर आहे. सो इन्क्युबेटर टू इन्क्युबेटर या कॅपॅसिटीमध्ये सेंट्रल गव्हर्नमेंटनी त्यावेळी जे देशभरामध्ये जे 4 स्टेप निर्माण केलेले होते त्यातल्या एका स्टेपचे ते डायरेक्टर जनरल आहेत. मागच्या 30 वर्षापेक्षा जास्त या काळामध्ये या अनुभवामध्ये त्यांनी आतापर्यंत 1000 पेक्षा जास्त स्टार्टअप्सना त्यांनी आतापर्यंत मेंटरशिप त्यांनी दिलेली आहे. आता त्यांचे काही स्टार्टअप्स म्हणजे सायन्स अँड टेक्नॉलॉजी पार्क मधनं झालेले स्टार्टअप IPO स्टेजला पण गेलेले आहेत. या पद्धतीने त्यांना मेंटरिंग वगैरे केली. आज मुद्दामून आपण जगदाळे सरांना आपण इथं विनंती केलेली आहे की त्यांच्या या प्रदीर्घ अनुभवावर नुसतं इन्क्युबेशन सेंटर म्हणून नाही, नुसतं इंडिया म्हणून नाही, तर ते इंडियाचे इन्क्युबेशन सेंटर सोडून जगभरातले जेवढे इन्क्युबेशन सेंटर आहेत जे प्रमुख आहेत त्यातलं बहुतेक सगळ्या ठिकाणी जगदाळे सरांनी व्हिजिट केलेलं आहे. त्याचा एक कनेक्टिव्ह त्यांनी आपल्याला थोडासा एक त्यांनी त्याच्या बाबतीचा एक आउटलुक त्यांनी आपल्याला शेअर करावं. त्यांचे व्ह्यूज त्यांनी या निमित्ताने आपल्याशी शेअर करावं की जगामध्ये काय चाललंय. त्या पद्धतीने मग आपल्या रयत शिक्षण संस्थेमध्ये पण आपण त्याच्यातल्या काय गोष्टी आपल्याला घेता येतील, CAAला त्याच्यात काय घेता येण्यासारखं आहे हे सांगण्यासाठी आपण त्यांना खास आपण विनंती केलेली होती आणि ती त्यांनी मान्य केले. मी पहिल्यांदा आदरणीय चेअरमन साहेबांना विनंती करेन त्यांना एक थोडंसं पुष्पगुच्छ देऊन त्यांचं पहिल्यांदा आपण स्वागत आणि सत्कार करूया.
पाहुण्यांचं पुष्पगुच्छ देतो. पाहुण्या थोडीच हे ना मध्येच आहे. ठीक आहे, दिसतो. HDMI केबल
लाईव्ह स्ट्रीमिंग चालू आहे, फेसबुक लाईव्ह चालू आहे.
मग कसं दाखवणार?
पेनड्राईव्हच करा तुम्ही एक एक स्लाइड्स.
अरे मग कसं नाही असं कसं
कीबोर्ड किंवा माऊस वरती पॉडकास्ट होता येतं नाही. पॉडकास्ट माऊस
मी आणायला पाहिजे होतं. एक कर. हे माईक हे द्या. मी खाली येऊ. मला कीबोर्ड येतो. प्रेस दिलो प्रेस. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Uh, Honorable Chairman Davi sir, all my principal colleagues and friends. We have very less time because I know next meeting is at 2 o'clock. Before that, you have to have lunch. So I'll try to be as brief as possible. Uh, uh, I'm going to very briefly, because I am one of you. I have been a teacher on the Ferguson College, then later on in the university. And 25 years ago, I was given this task to revive the institute called Science and Technology. It was a baby created on the University of Pune campus jointly by Government of India, Minister of Science and Technology, and University of Pune jointly. And it was like an orphan child. The orphan child, adopted child, does good, everybody wants to claim it's my child. If the adopted child orphan, doesn't do good, you know, as this is not my baby. Baby is not going because it's not my baby. I have adopted this. So STP science English was called like this. And most of the institutions across India were like this. We were called STEP Science Technology Entrepreneurs Park. Started way back in 1986, registered as a trust and society in 1990. So I'll come back to that very briefly later. But let's understand what exactly we can do. I will, and please believe that if you go to say that I am not in Pune, I am not in a city, I don't have an entrepreneurship potential in the college where I am teaching. My college is in a remote location where there are no entrepreneurs. There is no spirit of entrepreneurship. This is not correct. Entrepreneurship can be created, entrepreneurs can be created in one of some of the remotest regions, in tribal areas also. The product may differ, scale may differ, but entrepreneurs can be created anywhere. So don't get the impression that I don't have an environment for entrepreneurs. So let's understand that. Because when I started, even on the University of Pune campus, what was given to me? 126 square foot of space. How much? I know that all of you have got much more than that, right? You have thousands of square. I had 126 square foot of space. What was the difference to me? We had one photocopying machine. My predecessor director was providing Xerox services on the university campus for parents and students who come for admission. And VC, PVC, registrar, BCUD, finance office. So we were photocopying service center. That was my director of science and technology. My predecessor was doing this. So I had to change everything from mindset to this. We are now one of the best science and technology park in the country. We have grown large number of startups. So what I want to say that don't cribble that you have no resources. I had no resources. I had no money to draw my first month's salary. No resources to draw first month's salary, and from there we have grown. So it's possible. If you have to be entrepreneur. You have to change your mindset. That's why. So we'll try to go. Education, by and large, is for job creation. We teach students so that they will get better jobs, right? But invention, what do you do in invention? Look, with a very simple definition, I try to simplify as simple as possible. In invention, what do you do? We convert money into knowledge. Everybody spends money, parents spend money, schools spend money, government spends money, so that we create knowledge. That's what education does, right? And so, and that we invent something which may be commercialized, commercializable, or may not be. So, so we invent, for that we spend money. But innovation is a process of converting your knowledge into wealth. So remember one thing, we are talking only this part now. We talk about innovation. We want to use knowledge created through academic institutions or colleges to commercialize for the benefit of society. And you cannot give benefit to the society unless somebody makes money out of it. Otherwise, it will remain like a charitable activity. It will remain for some time. So unless our entrepreneurs or industries are willing to are capable of making money, they will not keep servicing company because interest will be lost. So that's an innovation. Please understand. I'm making this bold statement. Don't take it outside this door. I have been a professor. I have total now guided 27 PhD students. Done. I've stopped guiding PhD students. There's, please do not research. Please do research. Do not research. You mean what else? I have examined more than 100 PhD theses, including IITs and IIMs. I didn't find anything exciting coming out of this. So many students do work. India is, in terms of manpower, we have largest manpower, scientific manpower in the world. One of the scientists manpower next to China. But how much research is commercializable? Negligible. Negligible. Because we do not see, research has only two aspects. One is breakthrough fundamental research, which is very rare. Teachers and students have to be super brilliant to do that, or it has to be applied. Nothing in between. Nothing in between, and we do everything in between. Very simple. Have 250 questionnaires. Nowadays, under RTI, I got one RTI application that I am doing PhD on this topic. These are my questions. Kindly provide this data under RTI. You know, under RTI, see the audacity. Student writes, I'm doing PhD. This is for PhD. You must be getting applications like this. So it has become very simple. 250 questionnaires, analyze questionnaires, thesis is done. I used to have one of my teacher colleague. Forgive me if somebody is from my botany department here. One of my teacher used to do effect of salt tolerance of methi, one PhD. Effect of salt tolerance on kartai, second PhD. Effect of salt tolerance on onion, third PhD. Index same, table number same, figures change. In the list of the references, only one reference is added of last PhD. This is what is happening. So please focus why the student is choosing research topic, maybe for even dissertation, is master's or graduate dissertation. Please have an internal committee of teachers and see anybody wants to do research, why we want to do research, what is the outcome that we're expecting. Not because university, UGC gives funding. I have been in the funding committees of most of these bodies. We do not find good proposals for what funding. But since there is a budget, we have to even for entrepreneurs, we operate some grants. We do not get our success of we have some programs. Our success is less than 1%. So with out of 1,200, 1,300 applications, one gets our credit. One. That's why success rate is very high. Anyway, we'll come back there. So please focus as a teachers, as the principals of colleges. Every research project must be scrutinized and see whether what is going to be the outcome and follow that outcome. There has to be monitoring mechanism. What is coming every quarter? What is outcome of research that is coming? Not because UGC grant, minor research project grant is done, compliance is done. No, when my guy retired, I had to after six years I was complaining to the UGC. This is not done. This is not submitted. 6 years after retirement of my guy. So it should not happen like that. So as a teachers must focus on that. You must know when to patent. What happens is great scientists from Pune, you know whom I'm talking about, gave a slogan, patent or perish. Earlier it used to be publish or perish. Publish, publish, publish. And now everybody is focused on publication and good impact journal. Thanks to NAC, there's a pressure to perform. Yeah, because of NAC, right? So sometimes we don't want to work for the institution, we want to work for the NAC. NAC may we want to be. No. So what happened was the scientists instead of public publishing started patent. We must ask why you want to patent. Best scientific research laboratories in India do not generate 5% of their gross expense from commercialization of research. I'm talking about CSIR. CSIR does not generate even 5% of their expenditure. CSIR is for applied research. They are supposed to commercialize research. It's not UCC, which is for by and large fundamental research. But this is for applied, only applied research. But they don't. So that means we went to patenting without understanding whether it is going to be commercialized. So unless there is a potential for commercialization, do not patent. Just because patent is granted, don't apply for publish. Let the knowledge be in the public domain. And when I started doing consulting services in the university, as a botanist, I'm a botanist, right? I'm not a technologist. My revenue from consultancy was 200 times more, double than all teachers on the campus put together. All teachers put together, their consultancy, I used to do twice of that. And then somebody said, he's earning a lot of money. And since he's earning a lot of money, so somebody went to the vice chancellor. They said, this is not good, he's earning much of money. So what should be done? So university came up with a rule. No teacher should earn more than their annual basic salary through consulting services. That time basic salary was very small. My salary in the university was 1,460 rupees when I started teaching. And what was the basic? I think 500-600 rupees must be basic. So to earn my annual basic salary, I estimated I had to do only 3 days. 3 days. Because we thought As a teachers, we are supposed to do charity. We are a social animals, and earning money is a crime. It's not good. That's what by and large people will still feel like टीचर मतलब उसको पास पैसा नहीं होगा, गरीब बेचारा आदमी है, and he is not supposed to earn money also, which is wrong. All over the world, best universities, top 50 universities, you see, everybody is involved in consulting services. Now, what you can do in your areas, you please, I'm a botanist, and I can tell you, even botanists can do consultancy. I'm management, your management, your commerce, your also engineering. There's so much of scope. Find out your own areas. So either good consultancy services, what you can, every teacher can do, writing good research proposals, either fundamental or applied, should be part of your policy. I'm coming to that. Uh, Now, we'll talk about some of the, everybody knows this. You can Google search and find information. But these are some of the institutions I have physically visited many times. So I have first-hand experience of working with them. So you must have heard of science parks, research parks, innovation parks, clusters, catapults in Europe, technology business incubators, or just incubators. They are more or less similar words. So anything that you hear, it's a more or less similar. So we'll see some of the leading ones. Please, I will share these slides. And please visit all these websites. Just write Google search your purchase and study in detail what these are, how they are evolved. We have no time to go through. I can talk about each one of them separately, but you can also do on your own. I have more to contribute because I have personally visited all those. We have STIC, Shanghai Technology and Innovation Center in Shanghai. Then in Hong Kong, we have Hong Kong STP, the one north in Singapore, the ICT semiconductor cluster in Taiwan. Everybody knows it's a semiconductor R&D hub. I just give an example. We don't have fabrication facilities. The foundries, they're called foundries, semiconductor foundries. And five of our entrepreneurs, they had designed chips. And I was running pillar and post in India to find the foundries for them. So I wrote to one of my friend from Taiwan, who is I'm one of the visiting professor in NYC University in Taiwan. So I called them up, and since Taiwan government came forward, and they gave us fellowship for five of our entrepreneurs, $5 lakh worth fabrication facility we free, plus all the expenses. Two of our entrepreneurs we shifted here; they were not getting money here, and they got five. Two of the entrepreneurs they got $1 million. This is over 100 rupees as a seed fund. Highest seed fund available in India is 1 crore through DS. Highest. Mostly it is 25 lakhs. So kind of proactive support that we give. Thanks to RARE, the RARE has been proactive, most proactive institution in the country to support CAAA centers. And we have our own fund now to support entrepreneurs, which is unparalleled. Many institutions don't have kind of initiative that we have taken. Then we have, of course, Tea Hub in Telangana. We try to visit. I would say, please take Srikant, small delegation of teachers to show Tea Hub. Tea Hub is very different. Tea Hub is Telangana uh, in Hyderabad, and the original idea of Tea Hub was in our office in Pune when KTR became the Minister for Industry. He happens to be my student. He studied in Pune University. He was from the biotechnology department, and so he immediately called, "Sir, I want to do something very different now. I have become minister." So then one Mr. Rao, who was from we used to be canteen child friends in IMDR canteen. when I was teaching in Ferguson College, was student in IMDR, just backside. And so I called up Rao, he's in Hyderabad, and we designed first master plan, white paper on so-called now T-Hub, which came on Triple IT campus. Now, it's a 6.5 lakh square foot incubation center out of the world, 100% occupancy is created. So, see the kind of proactive support the government gave. I wish government of Maharashtra come with proactive support like this. No parallel example again. This is something unique, and we are, as in Indians, we are very proud of. So, T Hub, one visit to T Hub will be eye opener. Please try to that. IIT Chennai Research Park will be India's best research park. Globally, it's nowhere. Globally, it's nowhere. It's on 11 acres of campus, about I don't know exactly 7-8 lakh square foot of campus. Very good model. The IIT gave the land, MHRD gave some money, banks came forward and created this campus. And a lot of industries came with their R&D facilities there. So it's a realistic model. Innovation, to promote innovation, from where do you get money? So you have realistic, take the rentals, from that this is created. But a good success story, breakthrough startups have come out of IIT Chennai Research Park. In Pune, we have very different model, science and technical park. It's absolutely asset light. I don't own 1 inch of space. The building that we occupy, land belongs to somebody else, constructed jointly with somebody else. We use it. My operation cost is taken care by somebody else. Even residents also contribute something to our to us. So it's an asset bed. But I tell you, out of 1,369 companies that we incubated, 260 funded, not one investment we have written. No parallel example in the country. Just 2 months ago, there was a review meeting taken by Secretary of Finance, Secretary of Commerce in Delhi. You know that DIPP, Startup India, seed fund budget has been doubled. It was to be 2,000 crores. It's now 20,000. So Secretary wanted to consult some of the successful and the incubator, and he called. And I was the only non-IIT IIM guy. The rest everybody was IIT. And everybody is complaining. Our entrepreneurs don't refund money. They don't report. There's a lot of debt recovery is not there. So government should write to them, settling letter that was complaint. When matter came to us, they asked me, "What is your story, sir? We have invested in 260 companies. Not one company has failed. We have not returned. So there must be some problem. How it is possible? Global average 90% companies fail. In India, some of them good success stories, 30% companies succeed, 70% fail. And you said you have not failed single company. I asked simple, sir, the student takes admission in IIT and student fails. Whose responsibility it is? Whose responsibility? What do you think? Whose responsibility it is? Please answer. Whose responsibility it is? Its institution has failed, right? You are taking brains in the country, and brains that doesn't perform. Institutions. So we have a 360 degrees approach. I know each and every entrepreneur who have funded. We know their why, if they're performing, why they're performing, why if they're not performing, why they're not performing. Including whether they have problem with family, problem with parents, problem with wife, financial problem within family. Just like family. So student, the entrepreneur may fail in a one product. Initially, they must have decided to do a remote ahead of time or outdated. It will fail. Entrepreneur has not. Product has failed. he may come up with another product. The spirit of entrepreneurship has to be there. So we see that once we take them within our portfolio, there's very strict and thorough due diligence. And once we recruit, they are part of our family. That's what. So we have to ensure that once we take any somebody or as our startup, we give them 360 days. Also, we have all these inclusions. We have time, formal time. So anybody from REAP or CRRR center wants to go there and work. With 22 countries we have formal tie-up. Our entrepreneurs can go there, sit there within the incubator free of cost for 6 months, sometimes 1 year. They don't have to pay anything. If they fail, they can come back. At least they will have 6 months of foreign trip. So they will learn something. So with all this, we have formal tie-up. We are going to see some of these likely details. Uh, everybody knows Silicon Valley. Please Google search Silicon Valley. The birth of Silicon Valley, how it emerged, role of academia. You will understand how important is role of academia. All of you are so important. Because without academia, Silicon Valley would not have been formed. So if you see year 2024, VCs, venture capital firms invested about 350 billion in 1 year. 350 billion in 1 year. See the culture of innovation and culture of there's one road called Sand Hill Road. Sand Hill Road, and on the left and right side of Sand Hill Road there are all these venture capital firms. There's one Starbucks. Lot was there when CCD Coffee Day was formed. It was my friend, unfortunately, he committed suicide. But a lot can happen over coffee or chai pitch. So you should have such a joint within the campus where people can come and interact. Interactive spaces, not in the classroom, not in the research lab, outside. When we were students on the Pune campus, a lot used to happen at the Aniket canteen. Uh, that was most vibrant than what we used to do inside. You know, this is the first company, HP. So William and Dave, they were students of electronic professors, and this was the first company in the Silicon Valley. This was the birth of Silicon Valley. And if you happen to go, I'll be very happy to have a guided tour of Silicon Valley and see some of the companies that there's in there. And must go and see here. This is a small garage. In front of garage is a lake, and there's one professor called Turner, who was a professor there, and he told students, "Don't go look for a job, start your own company," and this is how the HP was born. So two students started their first product, which is an oscillator, and this is how. Without this, so remember, one professor can create ecosystem. Because one professor Turner created Silicon Valley. So don't underestimate your importance. One student inspired by you can change the whole ecosystem or create an ecosystem. So my very close friend Michael Dell, Dell Computers. So Michael again created a company in Silicon Valley. Same is Sandy and Leonard. Cisco was formed in Silicon Valley. All that came later on. Now there are thousands of companies in Silicon Valley. But without Turner, without HP, would not have created. Without Stanford, it would not have created. Stanford, how Stanford, who funded Stanford? Any idea? Parents of one student. Farmers, they go to donate something to one institute, university. And looking at this farmer, they said, no, 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 we can't afford. We can't afford even one classroom donation. So he got very angry and he decided to create university. So it was funded by one part. Uh, Again, like we know only Silicon Valley. This is a NCRP campus. It's a North Carolina Research Park, and you must visit NCRP area also, which is much larger than Silicon Valley. Many times people do not know. So because we are there's too much of hype about Silicon Valley. So within this campus, there are 7 research parks. All are due to universities. Why would re-emphasize? It's all because of academic institutions. Of course, with a very strong linkage later on industries. Not initially industries were there. There are only universities. So there are 7 research parks. There's a research triangle park. There's a Carolina North. These are all research parks associated with universities. We have no time to discuss what are universities, how they started. But there's a lot of stories I can tell about each and every park. Centennial campus, there's a North Carolina Research Campus, there's Charlotte Research Center, Gateway, Fellowship. So these are a cluster of 7 research parks. Uh, Totally about 10,000 acres, hundreds of companies, thousands of startups, large number of research labs, more than 2 lakh primary jobs. This is the research triangle park. I'll skip this. This is genetic research, pharma, medical. They are into environment. They are into material science, information communication. So it's a huge campus uh, with 42,000 jobs. Uh, I won't forget to mention North Carolina Research Campus and David Murdoch. He had put in 1.5 billion 1984 to create North NCRC. He owns one island in Caribbean, and I had an opportunity to go and stay with him for 3 days. And with his private jet, we flew to NCRP campus, and then we saw the campus. I asked David, unfortunately he's no more. At the age of, he was 82. You are putting 1.5 billion dollars for creating this nutrition park. What is the trigger? What is the inspiration that you have? You know what he said? What David said? Yes, doctor, even if 40 years after my death, is a vision, 40 years after my death, if one good startup with one good nutrition comes out of this lab, which will solve the problem of global hunger, my soul will be satisfied. That was his answer. Now we inaugurate and launch our own statues with our own hands. But see the kind of legacy people have. When I opposed when university started one statue after another statue, Chhatrapati Shivaji statue, Ambedkar statue, then now university is named after Savitribai statue, then Mahatma Phule statue, then Bhaurav statue. See, instead of doing research on those personalities, research on Shivaji Maharaj, research on Ambedkar, research on Savitribai Phule, we created statues. So we have wrong priorities. The wrong priorities. So, but they know what to do. They did not create the new statues. You hardly find statues of statue in the United States because they know the priorities right. Another institution with which we are associated for last, I have been associated, is this research park called Sophia Antipolis. Again, what one person can do. There's one senator here deputy. He was senior most senator 2 years ago. He passed away at the age of 97. When I met him last, he came to airport driving his car to pick me up when he was 96. When he was 96. And single person's dream, and he had just a degree in polytechnic, and he started, and he said, I want to create the world's best research park. And then research park was good, not the innovation clusters. And so he says that for research, innovative minds to flourish and nurture, I want climate, environment. And so I don't want to be in Paris. So you chose a land far away from Paris, close to Nice, called French Riviera. And that's the one institution that, again, if you can make a good trip to go to Europe, uh, you should not forget to visit Sophia Antipolis. This is on 3,400 hectares. 3,400. Did they buy the land? No. They went to 7 counties, 7 गावांमध्ये गेले, spoke to villagers. We want to do research, support. So villagers came together. They said, okay, as and we grow, land will be made available, and benefits will go to them. So they made villagers as a partners, land conservation partners. 70% area is green. What is the principle? No building will be higher than top canopy of a tree. No high-rise buildings. So they planted trees. It was now it's less green. It was not. It wasn't less green when it was conceived. So they planted trees, and they know what is going to be tree height at maturity. So designed plinth for that height. And as the tree grew, their height started growing. It's not that they considered building because my tree will grow 100 feet, so they considered a 50 feet building. No, as the tree started growing, they started increasing the height of the building, adding floor. See the consciousness for the environment. 70% green. Your rate of attrition is near zero. Nobody wants to live now. There are hardly any examples where employees from the social police have left the job and gone somewhere else. There are few cases they left, repented, they've come back because quality of life. For innovation to flourish, only research is not important. Only doing business is not required. You must have the quality of life given on campus. They have 38 Olympic level badminton courts, swimming pools, sports, dance, drama, music, all kinds of whatever is required. Excellent schools, excellent university came later on. University. So this is successful, and he is the man, Pierre Lafite. I got one of the highest civilian award from French government, and I was lucky enough to occupy Napoleon Bonaparte's boardroom. I sat in the same chair where Napoleon sit and worked on the same table with Napoleon's table. Thanks to Pierre Lafite, he visited our park here twice in Pune. Uh, and this is a book written on Sophia Antipolis, and this is the first copy before it is formally released, given to me by Pierre. We have a Genopole. Again, when Genopole started, which is in Paris region, it was a university. There was a national genome sequencing lab. Then atomic force microscopy, it was there. There's one consulting firm called Biophone. So very few, nothing much in the ecosystem. And they say, well, let's leverage. Don't create new campus. Whatever is there within. Pune is, I created a biotech park proposal for Pune city. Um, but we are very good in talking. Nobody supports. People, when you invite, a lot of people come. So we in city like Pune, excellent facility for medical cluster, excellent facility. But with such a small thing they started, and see now, so many institutions have come up. But idea started with a very limited number of people, and biotech, one of the best genopole cluster came in. Uh, In short, there's not a single model which is worth following as it is. Not possible. So if you say, can I repeat Silicon Valley? Can I repeat Science and Technology Park? What we do? Not possible. Can I repeat IIT Chennai? No. Based on your own environment and your own expertise and power, industries around you, you have to create your own model. You learn from other models, successful models, or failed models. Probably you will learn more from failure models more, and then create your own model. So we cannot copy paste or adopt, but customize and evolve our own model. Identify your strength. I always say that please document your strengths. Somebody is very good in talking, like me. You can convince people, right? So you need somebody who can convince. So if you are submitting R&D projects, I've been into evaluation. Maybe research good, but professor cannot convince the committee. Sometimes you have fantastic facilities, but proposal is bad. Proposal is bad. Well, I know the institution has potential, but proposal is not properly drafted. How many of you know professionally drafting proposals? Please, sir, uh, have workshop for drafting good research proposal. It's a skill. It's a skill. You may have great thing, but if you don't have good skills to write a good proposal, sometimes you may not be doing great thing, but if you have drafted a good proposal and convinced, you get money. So writing proposal is a skill that each. I always have been telling in all my rep meetings, every teacher must submit 3 research proposals every year. Maybe you will not get all 3. You may fail, but you must submit. And someday you will start getting, because you will get expertise in drafting good proposal. To learn drafting good proposal. So failure, don't be afraid of failure, but keep writing R&D. Believe me, most of our funding agencies do not get good proposals. And so identify your own strength. Be world class from the beginning. So design world class from the beginning. And concentrate on regional and national needs before overseas. So there are something called regional. There's something called, I always have been telling, and I will not stop telling this. Chairman Sir is here. I said, and Wraith has not implemented that so far, in spite of telling. Uh, Simple thing. How many students we have? Thousands of students. Almost 450,000 students. Who does your painting of buildings? Contractor. Who does your electrical? Contractor. Who does your plumbing? Contractor. Who does fabrication of benches? Contractor. When you have so many students, and these are the basic life skills, everybody must have. First, plumbing is required, fabrication is required, electrical required at home. Teach this to students. All these activities of colleges will be done by our students in the vacation. Through Earth, they will get money. But more than that, they will get life skills. More than that, they will get life skills. So, so there, fertilizer. I always been saying most colleges in the rural areas, fertilizer is a basic need. And creating a good quality fertilizer, biofertilizer, is not a rocket science. Small companies, they do not understand microbiology. They produce plant-based fertilizers, and farmers don't get good quality fertilizers. Believe me, whether they're seeds, whether they're fertilizers. Why can't our institutions do this? This is entrepreneurship, and very simple. Making a fertilizer, it's not rocket science again. So you find so many regional needs which you can meet through entrepreneurship. We're not doing charity. Our students have to become entrepreneur. Institution also has to make money. It's not that only students have to make money. Institution has to make money. I'm sure that with experts that every college has to be independent, financially independent, right? So this is the way to do it. In short, in all this, who are the critical players? Government, of course, has supporting role. Should not be in governing seat. Government should never interfere. Universities are very crucial. Universities and of course colleges are very crucial. Research that we do and industries. So all these four play crucial role in innovation to flourish. So whenever you want to start an incubator, science park, research park, whatever you call it, these four are critical players, and you have to come together. So sit with industries over a cup of coffee or tea every month, chai pe charcha every month on the. I'm sure that with the reputation of our institutions, industry will be more than happy. In fact, whenever you call, they must have seen they are very happy to come to you. So call them on campus and involve them, whether it is teaching for mentoring or whatever. They begin. Don't script that I have no resources. Whatever you have is good enough. Beginning is more important. Begin. Don't be afraid of failures. Every successful person has failed 10 times. And, in India, we have now, when we started, there was no funding apart from TST, our own ministry. There was a little bit small amount of funding available. Uh, but now there's a DST, the DBT, incubation mission, Niti Aayog, of Niti Aayog, MSME, then agriculture, MHRD, CIT, MAITI, defense, everybody has program, funding program. Everyone, every ministry is now funding. There are several state initiatives. I can share with you which states provide what. Then there are several industries under CSR doing a great job for supporting incubators. In the CSR money can now conventionally CSR we have to submit a proposal. I don't know how many colleges submit a proposal to industries for CSR funding. Do we submit a proposal to industries for CSR? Yeah. So do that aggressively. It could be small amount of money. Your research could be funded under CSR. So locally, colleges will be more than happy to support. And if you're creating something relevant to their area of commercialization, they'll- so earlier CSR money could was project based. You have to submit a proposal, they will fund. But now, if you're an incubator, then CSR money can be directly given without project. And no proposal is required. Project is required. So that money you can use for building salaries. You can do whatever you want with that money. You can use that money for taking equity in the startup. CSR money can be used for taking equity in the startup. So that provision is there. We should make use of that. Though on a smaller scale, begin this activity in the college. Uh, in India, through various ministries. In India, we are in the process of setting up 5 research parks. There are 2,951 incubation centers within higher education in India, and most of those are very recent. 70% are less than 10-year-old. We have now, we are world's third largest startup ecosystem, 1,57,000 startups as of today, as of June. But if you see the second largest, which is China, which is 10 times higher. So between second and third, there's a big gap. We also boast ourselves that we are going to be third largest economy soon when we become 5 trillion, 4.5 trillion, which is second largest in China, which is now 18 trillion. So between us and China, there's a huge gap of 13 trillion. 13 trillion. And US is more than 40 trillion. So don't be very satisfied that we are going to third largest. Talk about per capita in per capita, not national GDP. or nominally. Anyway, but still, there's a good hope. We have now 119 unicorns. The companies who have crossed $1 billion turnover, they're called unicorns. We have 119, which is one sign. Uh, anyway, now I think we have to within the academic institutions, we have uh, institution innovation council, so that each one of you will have institution innovation council. There are more than 12,000 institution councils in India. It's a good initiative from these councils. Even if you get our students inspired to look for entrepreneurship as a career option than looking for a job, that will be great. Even if 2% of the students were converted into job creators, that will be great. This is this is IIT Madras Research Park. Uh, anyway, I can close it here. Sorry to. So thank you so much, and hope to see you. And you are welcome to come to Science and Technology Park whenever you want. Uh, there's nothing there much to see other than talking, because we have a very diffuse. We work with many institutions. We work across India. We are working with about 27 countries outside India. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Do we have questions for the session?
Yeah.
Now I request all the dignitaries to take your seat on the dais.
चलो त्यांना पाठवून. त्यांच्या लोकांना वाचत नसतं.
For our
With that
presidential address, may I request our guiding force, Honorable Mr. Chandrakant Dhalwi Sahib, Chairman, Rayat Shikshan Sanstha Satara, to deliver the presidential address and share insight that will enlighten today's gathering.
Mike.
12:30 वाजल्यापासून आपण इथे 2 वक्त्यांची भाषण ऐकली. इथे जे काही मुद्दे मांडले त्याच्या संदर्भामध्ये जर काही प्रश्न आपल्या दोघांना विचारायचे असतील तर त्याच्यासाठी आपण एक 5-10 मिनिटं ठेवूया, जेणेकरून आपल्या मनातले प्रश्नांची उत्तरं तुम्हाला मिळतील. तर क्वेश्चन अँड आन्सर्स पहिल्यांदा घेऊया. विचारा.
ते जेनेरिक एमएचआरडीच्या गाईडलाईन्स त्याच्या फक्त गाईडलाईन्स आहेत, ते काय करू शकत नाही. ते युनिव्हर्सिटीजनी ते करायचं आहे, त्या युनिव्हर्सिटीज. जसं कन्सल्टन्सी आहे, काही ठिकाणी अलाव करतात, काही ठिकाणी अलाव करत नाही. कन्सल्टन्सी नॉर्म्स आता IIT मध्ये 70% तुम्हाला मिळतात सरप्लसच्या, काही ठिकाणी 50% मिळतात, काही ठिकाणी 40% मिळतात. हे त्या इन्स्टिट्यूशननी केलेले नॉर्म्स आहेत. तसं जर तुम्ही तुमच्या लेवलला जरी केलं की बाबा ह्याला एवढं वर्कलोड मध्ये आपण एक्झम्पशन देऊ, किंवा किंवा त्याला आता जसं आपण रिसर्चला किंवा परदेशी जायला वेळ आता स्कीम्स आहेत, त्याच्याऐवजी तुम्ही स्टार्टअप जरी केला तर तुम्हाला एक 6 महिन्याचं पेड लिव्ह असे हे आपल्याला नॉर्म्स करणं शक्य आहे. बऱ्याच विद्यापीठांनी तसे नॉर्म्स केलेले आहेत, पण ते आपण आपल्या लेवलला.
सर एक कल्पना होती माझ्याकडे. तर आमचं जे कॉलेज आहे अण्णासाहेब आवटे कॉलेज मंचर, तर हे हायवेवर सिच्युएटेड आहे सर. आणि नॅकमध्ये म्हणजे ऑक्सिजन हब म्हणून आम्ही केलं. आमचं 70 एकर 75 एकर जमीन आहे. शेती पण चालते आणि झाडं पण भरपूर आहेत. मियावाकी गार्डन वगैरे आम्ही एस्टॅब्लिश केलेलं आहे. तर हायवेवर असताना आता सध्या ईव्ही गाड्यांची संख्या वाढलेली, ईव्ही कार्स. तर एखादा पार्किंगचाही प्रश्न आमच्याकडे आहे. पार्किंग जर करायची असेल तर मग ओपन स्पेसमध्ये पार्किंग करावी लागते, उन्हात गाडी लावावी लागते. तर तिथे स्टार्टअप इन्स्टिट्यूशन कडून हेल्प झाली तर स्टार्टअप करून पार्किंग ही करायची. पार्किंगच्या वरती सोलर पॅनल लावायचे, म्हणजे एनर्जी जनरेशन पण होईल आपल्याकडे आणि एनर्जी सेव्हिंग पण होईल आणि त्याच्यावरती आपण प्रायव्हेट कंपनीचे काही चार्जिंग स्टेशन जर टाकले तर आपण बघितलं तर पुण्यातून ट्रॅफिक मधून आल्यावर 50 किलोमीटरवरती मंचर आहे, तिथं आपण ईव्ही गाड्यांचे चार्जिंग स्टेशन काढू शकतो. असं एक स्टार्टअपची कल्पना माझ्या माइंडमध्ये होती. आमचे आदरणीय प्राचार्य NS गायकवाड सरांबरोबर पण मी चर्चा केली होती तिथे.
आयडिया खूप चांगली आहे. खरं ना मग व्हॉट्सअप आता काय तुम्ही जर त्यांना पर युनिट जर तुम्ही चार्जेस दिले तर असे अनेक लोक आहेत, मलाही माहित आहे, मी उद्या उद्या सांगू शकतो की ते स्वतःच्या खर्चाने उभा करतील आणि त्यांना पर युनिट पैसे मिळाले ते करतील ना. आणि आवटे कॉलेज खूप चांगलं आहे. मी विद्यार्थी असताना 83ला पानमळे सर तिकडे असतात तेव्हा मी तिथे गेलो होतो. तर कॉलेजच्या कॅम्पस वरती सर्वात मोठी स्थापनाची तिथे होती.
थँक्यू सर.
आणखी कोणाला विचारायचं आहे प्रश्न? प्राध्यापक पांडे यांना काय विचारायचं आहे? ठीक आहे, मला वाटतं जेवणाची वेळ झाल्यामुळं आणि जेवणानंतर दोन्ही वेळेला प्रॉब्लेम आहेच. आज पहिल्यांदाच आपण एक 2 लेक्चर्स मुद्दामून ठेवले होते सगळे प्राचार्य आणखी आपल्या सहकार्याच्या बरोबर. सकाळी आपण येण्यापूर्वी श्रीकांतने माहिती दिली की पांडे साहेबांचं एक आर्टिकल आलं होतं सकाळ पेपरमध्ये आणि आपल्याकडे हे जे काही इन्व्हेन्शन, इनोव्हेशन आणि इन्क्युबेशनचे जे काही आपण आता ऍक्टिव्हिटी ऍक्टिव्हेट केलेली आहे त्याच्या अनुषंगानं ते लेक्चर असल्यामुळं ते मी वाचल्याबरोबर श्रीकांतला शेअर केलं आणि त्यांना सांगितलं की यांच्याशी बोलू आपण आणि त्यांना आपण आपल्या सगळ्या प्राचार्यांच्या बरोबर चर्चा करण्यासाठी, मार्गदर्शन करण्यासाठी बोलावूया. कारण त्यांच्या लेक्चरमध्ये त्यांचे जे राईटअप होता, जे आर्टिकल होतं त्याच्यामध्ये खूप सुंदर अशा प्रकारची माहिती नटशेलमध्ये दिली होती आणि मला असं वाटलं की हे एक्सपोजर आपल्या सगळ्या प्राचार्य आणखी कोऑर्डिनेटर्सना मिळाला पाहिजे आणि त्याला जोडून मग असं सजेस्ट केलं की सायन्स अँड टेक्नॉलॉजी पार्कचे जागदाळे साहेब सुद्धा जगभरामध्ये फिरतात, लोकांना मार्गदर्शन करतात, आपल्या प्राचार्यांना पण त्याचं मार्गदर्शन मिळावं. तर दोघांनी आपल्याला खूप चांगल्या प्रकारची माहिती दिली की काही कन्सेप्ट क्लिअर केले पांडे सरांनी की इन्व्हेन्शन म्हणजे काय, इनोव्हेशन म्हणजे काय. इन्क्युबेशन बद्दल नाही फार आपण बोलले, पण इन्क्युबेशनचा पार्ट हा सगळा जगदाळे साहेबांनी कव्हर केला आहे. तर आपल्याकडे एक कल्पना आपल्याला आहे की आपल्याकडं 2018-19 मध्ये 3 CIII सेंटर्स म्हणजे सेंटर फॉर इन्व्हेन्शन, इनोव्हेशन अँड इन्क्युबेशन निर्माण करण्यात आली. मात्र गेल्या 2 वर्षामध्ये जगदाळे साहेबांना बरोबर घेऊन आपण त्यांना पूर्णपणे चांगल्या पद्धतीनं ऍक्टिव्हेट केलेले आहेत. आणखी आपले अध्यक्ष शरद पवार साहेबांनी साताऱ्याच्या CIII सेंटरला व्हिजिट केली, परवा मॅनेजिंग काउन्सिलने व्हिजिट केली. आता पुढच्या टप्प्यामध्ये आपण तुमच्या खारघरच्या सेंटरला पण अशाच प्रकारचे व्हिजिट ऑर्गनाईज करणार आहोत आणि बाय द टाइम पुण्याचं सेंटर सुद्धा चांगल्या पद्धतीने ऍक्टिव्हेट होईल. आपण या 3 CIII सेंटर्स ऍक्टिव्हेट झाल्यानंतर आपण तिन्ही आपले 43 कॉलेजेस हे तिन्ही CIII सेंटर्समध्ये डिव्हाइड करून दिलेले आहेत आणि आता मला असं वाटतं की बऱ्यापैकी या विषयाकडं आपल्या सगळ्या प्राचार्यांचं, प्राध्यापकांचं लक्ष आता चांगल्या पद्धतीनं वेधलं गेलेलं आहे की इनोव्हेशन महत्वाचं आहे, इन्व्हेन्शन महत्वाचं आहे आणि इन्क्युबेशनला पण जायची गरज आहे. इथं आपल्याला कॅम्पसमध्ये बोलावून आपण CIII सेंटर यापूर्वी पाहिलं असेल ना त्या सगळ्यांनी, म्हणजे तुमच्या पश्चिमी भागामधल्या आणि उत्तर भागामधल्या कॉलेजेसना आपण ते दाखवलं असेल, पण बाकीच्या सगळ्या जो काय इथे आलेले जे सगळे प्राध्यापक आणखी प्राचार्य आहेत त्यांनी पाहिलं नसेल तर लेट देम व्हिजिट आफ्टर. आपण एक व्हिजिट ऑर्गनाईज करा सगळ्यांची ॲट द लास्ट आवर ऑफ द टुडेज फंक्शन, टुडेज प्रोग्राम. तर श्रीकांत तुम्हाला काही सांगायचं आहे की या कॉलेजेसनी या CIII सेंटरचा कसा बेनिफिट घ्यावा आणि कसे त्याच्यामध्ये सगळ्यांनी इन्व्हॉल्व्ह व्हावं, या अनुषंगानं थोडं आजचं हे दुपारचं सेशन क्लोज करताना तुम्ही त्याच्याबद्दल थोड्या मार्गदर्शन करा, जेणेकरून ही सगळी, कारण हे समोर बसलेले प्रत्येक कॉलेजमधले 3 लोक आहेत की जे तुमच्याशी जास्त या पद्धतीने आपल्या कॉलेजला कनेक्ट करू शकतात. जरा ॲडवाइस करा त्यांना, देन विल क्लोज.
चेअरमॅन साहेबांनी जसं सांगितलंय की हॅलो हॅलो जर का तुम्ही आतापर्यंत सिटी पॅलेस सेंटर जर का व्हिजिट नाही केलेलं असेल, माझ्या वेस्टर्न रिजनमधले पुण्याला लगतचे पुणे, अहमदनगर, नाशिकच्या मध्यंतरी आपण कार्यक्रम केलेला होता आणि 10-12 कॉलेजचे आचार्य जे आले होते त्यांना आपण सिटी पॅलेस सेंटर आपण दाखवलेले. बाकीच्या लोकांनी जर का सिटी पॅलेस सेंटर जर का नाही बघितलं असेल तर तुम्ही या कार्यक्रमाच्या नंतर किंवा सेकंड सेशन तुमचं झाल्यानंतर एकदा तुम्ही एक अर्धा तास वेळ काढा, तुम्हाला सेंटर दाखवून देऊ आणि एक्झॅक्टली तुम्हाला आम्ही एक्सप्लेन करू की तिथे काय पद्धतीचे आपण काम करतो आणि कशा पद्धतीने आपल्याला कॉलेजला कशी मदत होईल. CIIIचा उद्देशच मुळात बेसिकली 2 आहेत की आपल्याला एंटरप्रेन्योर्स घडवायचे, जे आतापर्यंतच्या दोन्ही लेक्चरमध्ये जे कल्पेश पंडे सरांनी जे सांगितलं, जे डॉक्टर राजेंद्र जगदाळे सर सांगण्याचा प्रयत्न करतात की भविष्यामध्ये आता आपल्याला जॉब सीकर नाही तर जॉब क्रिएटर आपल्याला जास्त क्रिएट करायचे. नोकऱ्यांची संख्या आपल्यासाठी आता आपल्या विद्यार्थ्यांसाठी कमी होणार आहे. त्यामुळे त्यांनी आता एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप ॲज अन अल्टरनेट करिअर जर का त्यांना करायचं असेल तर मग त्यांना मार्गदर्शन करणं, जे कल्पेश पंडे सरांनी अगदी योग्य पद्धतीने मांडलं की एज्युकेशनल इन्स्टिट्यूट टिपिकली ट्रॅडिशनली तुम्ही फक्त नोकरी ग्रॅज्युएट झाल्यानंतर नोकरी मागणारेच विद्यार्थी आपण आतापर्यंत करत आलेले फक्त राहत नाही तर सगळ्या कॉलेजेसनी साधारण त्याच पद्धतीने काम केलेले. पण आता काळाची गरज बदललेली आहे. आता आपल्याला जॉब मागणारे नाही तर जॉब क्रिएट करणाऱ्यांची गरज आहे रयतला, देशाला, सगळीकडे जगाला. त्यामुळे आणि त्याला मदत करण्यासाठी म्हणून कॉलेजला जोडीला सिटी पॅलेस सेंटर आपण असे 3 आपण नेमले. त्याच्यामध्ये प्रामुख्याने आपण विद्यार्थ्यांना एंटरप्रेन्योरशिपकडे थोडंसं एनकरेज करणं हे प्रथम आपलं ऑब्जेक्टिव्ह आहे. आणि दुसरे जे याच्यामध्ये उतरतील स्टार्टअप, नॉट नेसेसरीली आपले रयतचे विद्यार्थी पण नॉन रयतचे पण विद्यार्थी जर का कोणी एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप स्टार्टअपच्या जर्नीमध्ये येत असेल तर त्यांना मेंटरिंग करणं हा प्रिसाइडली हे 2 ऑब्जेक्टिव्ह आपल्या सिटी पॅलेसच्या याच्यामध्ये आहेत. 3 आपले सेंटर्स आहेत. एक हडपसरमध्ये आहे, दुसरं आपलं सातारामध्ये, तिसरं खारघरमध्ये. टोटल 42-43 कॉलेज जे आहेत आपण त्या पद्धतीने आपण विभागून घेतलेले. पुणे हडपसरच्या अंतर आपण पुणे, त्याच्यानंतर मग अहमदनगर, सोलापूर आणि नाशिक या जिल्ह्यातले जेवढे कॉलेजेस आहेत ते आपण पुण्याला जोडलेले आहेत. सातारामध्ये सातारा, सांगली, कोल्हापूर आपण साताराला जोडलेले आणि उरलेले सगळे आपण मग तसे जे आहेत ते खारघरला जोडले. उद्देश असा आहे की भले आता 3 CIII सेंटर्स आपल्या ज्या त्या कॉलेजमध्ये आहे. सातारामध्ये YC कॉलेजला, इथे जोशी कॉलेजला आणि तिकडे केबीपी कॉलेजला आहे खारघरमध्ये. तर ते फक्त त्या एका कॉलेजसाठी मर्यादित नाही आहे. तर त्याचा उपयोग आजूबाजूच्या सगळे जेवढे रयतचे कॉलेजेस आहेत त्यांना पण त्या इन्क्युबेशन सेंटरच्या ऑब्जेक्टिव्हचा त्यांना फायदा व्हायला पाहिजे म्हणून आपण केलेले. त्यामुळे तुम्ही ह्या कॉलेजच्या इथल्या इन्क्युबेशन सेंटरला तुमच्या कॉलेजचं पण इन्क्युबेशन सेंटर समजून तुमच्या इथल्या विद्यार्थ्यांना एंटरप्रेन्योरशिपला एनकरेज करण्यासाठीची आमची काय भूमिका असेल, आमचं मार्गदर्शन असेल, आम्हाला जर का तुम्ही वर्कशॉपला बोलवलं तर आम्ही देऊ. तुमच्या विद्यार्थ्यांना आम्ही एनकरेज करण्याचा प्रयत्न करू. आणि तुमचे विद्यार्थी जर का स्टार्टअप जर्नीमध्ये जर का यायला जर का तयार असतील, जर का ते उतरलेले असेल त्यांना आम्ही मेंटरिंग करू. म्हणजे हे बेसिकली या वर्कशॉपच्या निमित्ताने मी परत एकदा रिइटरेट करतोय की तुम्ही आतापर्यंत मागच्या 1.5 वर्षामध्ये साधारण 7 ते 8 कॉलेजेसमध्ये आम्ही आतापर्यंत असे वर्कशॉप घेतलेले आहेत. त्या कॉलेजमध्ये जाऊन आम्ही तिथल्या फॅकल्टीला आणि विद्यार्थ्यांना आम्ही एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप संदर्भात आणि इन्क्युबेशन सेंटर कशा पद्धतीने आपण त्यांना मदत करू शकतो ह्याच्या संदर्भातला आम्ही वर्कशॉप घेतलेले आहेत. ज्या कॉलेजेसमध्ये आतापर्यंत असे वर्कशॉप आमच्याकडनं राहिलेले आहेत तर तुम्ही स्वतःहून आता आम्हाला सांगा की तुम्ही इच्छुक आहात, तुमची काय डेट आहे. आणि त्याच्यामध्ये 2 ग्रुप लागतील आपल्याला. 2 वेगळे करण्यापेक्षा एक 5-25-50 फॅकल्टी आणि 5-25 विद्यार्थी लास्ट इयरचे असं एकच तुम्ही आम्हाला फोरम द्या. तिथे येऊन आम्ही त्या पद्धतीचा आम्ही वर्कशॉप देऊ की बाबा एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप काळाची गरज कसे, आम्ही तुम्हाला कशा पद्धतीने तुम्हाला मदत करू शकतो. आणि या CIIIचा फायदा मग फक्त या कॉलेजसाठी नाही तर सगळ्या कॉलेजसाठी आणि रयतच्या एंटायर 43 कॉलेजसाठी त्याचा आपल्याला उपयोग करून घ्यायचा आहे. तुम्ही त्या पद्धतीने तुमचे काय डेट्स असतील सांगत जा आम्हाला. वोट ऑफ थँक्स.
Good afternoon. Today we are gathered here for the workshop for principals and coordinators of Research Center and Entrepreneurship Development Cell, which is organized by Lakshmibai Bhavrao Patil Innovation Foundation Company, SM Joshi College, Hadapsar, with the collaboration of Higher Education Department, Rayat Shikshan Samstha, Satara. For this workshop, the founder of Maitri, Mr. Kamlesh Pandey, who delivered their lecture on the recharging the spirit, and second, uh, the CEO and Director General of STB Pune, Dr. Rajendra Jagdale, who delivered their lecture for this workshop. Uh, the CEO of Lakshmibai Bhavrao Patil Innovation Foundation, Hadapsar, Mr. Srikant Kunden sir, who introduced this workshop and welcomes all of you. Our uh, chairman of Rayat Shikshan Samstha, Mr. Chandrakant Dalvi sir, who uh, addressed their presidential speech. For that, uh, we thank you for that. Uh, in the presence of our Joint Secretary, Dr. Sivling Menkudre sir, and Principal Dr. Rajendra More sir, uh, and uh, the organization of this workshop, all arrangements has been done by our principal and honorary secretary of this CTPI center, Dr. Suresh Salunke sir. So thank you once all of the principals, coordinators of research cell and entrepreneurship cell. The uh, lunch arranged in our sports complex, and thereafter the meeting will be arranged same here of the principals. Thank you.